And I'll turn things over to Mr. Bart Warner.
Yeah, and of course, I sent you guys a memorandum, a long time ago, kind of outlining what's before you. What you have is a balanced budget proposal. Not a lot of changes in revenue structure. The one significant thing is the B-poll. We're looking to go up 5 cents. The current rate is 15 cents per $100 of gross sales on businesses. Is it $1 million currently? I can't remember. The change we're proposing is to raise it to 20 cents per 100 on businesses with a gross sales of 10 million.
So right now it's 250,000 and up. It's a gross receipts tax up to 2 million, and then a higher one at 10 million. So this just raises the 10 million.
And we'll get into this again. This is your day to ask whatever questions, have conversations you want to. One thing I'll tell you is, in the current year, what we've been doing with the B-poll is kind of ramping that up to get back close to where we were at the time of reversion. Those revenues are performing very well in the current year, and we're projecting that if you adopted this increase, it would add another 40,000. Let's pin $750,000 in our head as we have all these discussions. We know that revenue goes away in 2 cycles. We are trying to make headway there, and a lot of what we're doing is strategic to deal with that. We're making a little bit of progress, but not much. That 750 is still in operating here. We talked about that with the departments as well. But we do have a funded contingency. We're not using prior year reserves, but that contingency could be tied up with carryover costs, debt payments, and those sorts of things. Now, the other thing I want to bring to your attention is one of the strategies deals with the transfer station. Getting out of the commercial solid waste service was the right decision financially, and we're seeing the benefits of that already. In fact, one of the things in this budget is solid waste fund is making money and transferring to general fund. I don't know when that's happened. Ever. Okay. We still own the transfer station that we don't need, so I want to talk to you about that. We're negotiating with somebody about a potential franchise, but one way or the other, we probably just need to get out of that because we're subsidizing that service. The other part of that is, as county taxpayers, we have access to excellent services provided by the county that we are paying for. So that truly is a duplication of services, and it's something that we are paying for. So one of the things we want to talk to you about, it's not really reflected here because we don't know what the franchise is going to look like, but we would like to go ahead and plan to shut that down and get the savings from that. So that's not really included here and something we can talk about where we can chip away at that 750.
No, I think we should, and I've said all along, anything that we're duplicating that possibly someone else can do better or the same, at the same or lesser cost, we need to talk about. And that's one of them. Of course, there are some repercussions there also, but we need to look at pros and cons and figure out what is best for the town to move forward. And long term, not just short term, long term. The 750K is one of those things that I like to think we have a plan to address that when that time comes. And I'm going to say leave it at that and leave it to staff to figure that one out, which I think you are.
And we'll refer to that several times during the day as it comes up.
Yeah. So anyway, just
Another thing, just a few other things before you all get started and whatever it is you want to do. Electric's going to be its own discussion. We've restructured the budget to kind of isolate costs as much as possible electric to try to present a true cost of what our customers are paying and all the operations and all the percentages. And we've eliminated the transfer from the electric fund to the general fund, but we've included what we call payment in lieu of taxes calculation. And that's based on what we would estimate. If the electric company were a private utility within our boundaries and we were able to tax them, we're estimating that we would see over $500,000 in tax revenue if they were a separate entity. So this budget is built on that, isolating those costs, restructuring the revenue flow, because, and you can talk about this, even if we were to get out of the electric business, and that needs to, if you're even going to consider that, and that needs to be a very long, well thought out discussion, we'd still have some revenues. it would also involve a massive restructuring of the entire town operation. So if you're willing to go there today or start that conversation, I'm
Well,
aware
let
of
me, I don't mean to keep interjecting here, but I would say on those lines, it's kind of like the comp plan. You need to look 5-10 years down the road and see where we want to be or what we want to continue doing. And not that I would like to see that happen, because this electric department is longstanding and has proven itself how valuable it is. But times change, situations change, and as we see, rates and transmission costs change. So that is one thing that I would welcome the discussion. Not that we are intending to do it, but we do need to probably look at that as what I call a vision, something that we could envision down the road.
Could I also add just to that,
Yeah.
sir? That it's I think that we have to have the discussion on levels of service and
Yes.
other things as well. So.
Yeah, good point.
Go along with what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I've just got a few other things that I'm aware of and talking to some of you and talking to staff. Now, within the electric fund, our administrative process, we're talking about absorbing credit card fees, which would come at a cost currently calculated about $250,000, and that is updated in here, right?
But it's 500,000 in this one, so we actually have 250,000 out of there.
That would, again, and that's a matter of practice, different places do it different ways. That, we did that in a meeting with one of our large utility customers that pays by credit card, and they asked us to consider it, so we've included it for discussion. Going back, one thing you'll see too, you'll see some things over time that have increased. One is the police department budget, and we'll speak to that. A lot of that relates to the fact that we do things differently in our hiring and management processes. We do not really compete at the entry level in terms of salary. In fact, we're probably out of market on that. However, if you come here and work, we do offer career ladders, and we offer people opportunities to pursue different certifications and develop different skills, which costs money. There's training involved. There's also risk involved. We can train them up and they can go elsewhere. But what we're finding in practice is we now, when we have a vacancy at the officers level, we actually have a wait list of people wanting to come work for us. So, but we're paying for that. So, we acknowledge that that is a premium level of service that we're trying to provide the community, but it costs money.
Right.
Also, parking enforcement may come up too.
It will.
Great. We'd love to have them talk. We need to have all kinds of conversations about that. If you want to fund a position, that's great. We'll just have to find a way to do it. And I don't want to get ahead of you. Also, just want a couple of, relatively minor things, but they have impact. We continue to talk about management of our property up by Stony Creek Reservoir and to pursue conservation of that property and ways that could generate revenue. Now, that's a complicated discussion, and the details of it involve some legal things and some negotiations, and would probably have to occur in closed session. And for anybody who's watching this later, it's not that we're hiding anything, it's just when we go to negotiate on behalf of the public, our hands are already tied behind our back, so if we're completely upfront, we don't get a good deal. And I hate to say it that way, but that's as blunt as I can be. So we're having those conversations as well. Also, kind of down in the weeds, some of the issues we've had with our electric utility involved billing. We had an issue with our mailing service. We may have another current mailing service issue. So we can talk about a change there, but it would involve more effort on the part of staff. In fact, one of the things we can talk about is buying a postage machine, and I'll tell you, I know how to run it, so I'll do it myself if I have to.
Well, people can be trained, someone else can be trained to back you up.
So those are, in addition to my memo I sent you way back when, those are things we've talked about. The staff has been great. We've had a committee review this. I feel like it's been a good process for them to understand how things work too. But those are the introductory comments I had. Basically, we're kind of at your disposal today, and my thought is you guys can talk this through and see where it leads.
Where y'all want to start at the beginning and move through it, or how do y'all want to do it? You want to start? What's the
Start
first?
beginning.
Okay. You want to get through the preliminaries and go to?
I don't think we need to do line to line either. I think we just,
Yeah, just
Yeah.
pages.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, where y'all want to start? 22 or positions or? What say you, Dave?
I just had first of all, thanks to the staff for putting this together. I mean, it's been really helpful, and then just being able to ask questions, provided enough lead time for me at least, to get questions asked and answered, and I appreciate y'all doing that. I just wanted to note that, again, like in your financial piece on page 62, it does talk about the town having limited revenue resources dedicated to capital investment, and that's been a concern of mine. This is just kind of to lead up into a discussion later on, but that we don't have really a funded capital improvement plan. So anything we do would be debt service, right? So,
I'm sorry, Dave, now I forgot to mention, with the reservoir discussion, you also identified a list of potential properties that could be identified as surplus that could be marketed.
Right.
I haven't forgotten about that. And Mike did the title research, so our thought was we get the bigger issue with the reservoir kind of squared away before we present that to you, but I can present that to you. The thought is if there are properties that could be surplus, we could sell them and dedicate that one-time revenue towards one-time capital projects. So, didn't mean to interrupt, but one make you.
no, I appreciate it. Thank
And
you.
a quick note, in this year's budget, we do have $260,000 of cash funding for capital.
Right, yeah. So we're looking at doing $1 million debt service. And then Bart mentioned the 750, we all know that coming up. There's one thing I wanted to ask a question on though, on page 73, Ann, about the pie chart.
Yes.
It shows operating at 60%, personnel at 23%. And I appreciated the note on the next page, but if you take, like you said, the electrical fund out of that operating, is personnel and operating about 50-50?
It should be, and actually personnel may jump up higher. It's just purchase power cost is such a large number that on this chart, it really drives the operating percentage.
Because my point would be that, I'm not about anything about personnel, but I know, again, from previous experience, that as healthcare costs and everything go up, the projection for personnel is going to be taking a larger percentage of our budget. And so our percentage of operating capital will go down. So I'm trying to lay the groundwork because I've got some issues about revenue that we need to talk about. So, okay, that's my introductory stuff too, so I'll shut up now.
No, you won't.
And I won't. No, I won't. You know me too well.
Keep
now.
on going.
So, okay.
What else? Anybody else have seeds they want to plant?
I also neglected to mention, IT is another operation in the current year that we've seen great inflation and additional cost over what we budgeted. A lot of that relates to guidance from our insurance about our management of security issues, and the fact that, well, we can't really neglect those. It's one of those things where when we are over in one area of any budget fund, we talk about this in our staff meetings, we let the department heads know we have to move some things around, and Versa, back in the fall, identified some things we need to do to improve our cybersecurity, so we did it, and we kind of talked to the departments about shoring that up to move forward, but information technology is another cost center that's a little problematic right now.
I can understand it. It's always changing.
We want to go ahead and disclose that since the proposed budget, we found the need to add another 15,000 in each fund for another service. Essentially, it would be an off-site backup that's cloud-based. So if we were ever attacked, we've had a secondary server essentially to just prop it up and continue operating.
I'm sorry, I did neglect a big one that's hanging out there, and that's collective bargaining legislation. The reason I dropped it is the governor did not sign the proposal by the General Assembly to allow collective bargaining, but looks like the General Assembly sent it back to her and said, give her the ultimatum of you have to veto it or sign it. If she signs it, My understanding was her proposal was to kind of defer it for a couple of years, which would be helpful to us. If she signs it, we've got to prepare for that process.
Ouch.
Well, and I wanted to follow up, that's not gonna hit till FY '28 or FY '29 most likely as a personnel cost. I have to admit, it's gonna be a legal cost in FY '28. And so because frankly, just negotiating collective bargaining agreements against monster labor lawyers is difficult. But that's something that's coming, and so when you think ahead about the 5-year swing of how things go, we don't know that people will unionize because, frankly, your employees are happy, and happy employees tend to either not to unionize, or if they do unionize, it tends to be a smooth, relatively easy and reasonable CBA negotiation, but you don't know that for sure. The other thing is that large construction contracts are going to be subject to some prevailing wage provisions. So we can expect the cost of construction probably to go up a little bit. Given the cost of construction over the last 2 or 3, well, really since the beginning of COVID, 2021, construction contractors have been paying prevailing wage for the most part for this region anyway, but we don't know what wages are, again, going to do over the next 5-year period. And so as you think about construction, you might see it go up over the next 5 years to be having to deal with prevailing wage as well, against other things. And the reason why I mention that is I had another client who had English Construction do some construction for them, and for federal grant reasons, they needed to have compliance with prevailing wage, and that came into the deal pretty late in the contract, and it had almost no impact on the cost because English was already paying its people essentially prevailing wage. But again, you don't know that that's going to continue to be the case over the next 5 years.
And Mike, you said it very nicely. There's can be a very negotiable good side there, and also a very rough side. Appalachian Court, where I worked, was union, so I dealt with that my entire career. So I've been in on union grievances, negotiations, and all that. So some, for the most part, went very smoothly, and a lot of back and forth. But there can be some that can be rough. But
And let me note, we're not flying completely blind on this. Mr. Wagner actually, in his prior career, had direct involvement in a union situation.
yeah,
With my HR certification and my education, I've been trained, I know what the process is. And I've had family members who were in the mine workers union, so process-wise, we know what to expect, but the outcomes of the process are,
Can I just add that IBEW is already here? So they're already lurking, let me put it that way.
yeah. We're the missing piece.
Right.
Yeah, I know that. That has been said in years back. But you're right. That's something that we've got to talk about and take seriously because it's on the horizon.
yeah, next year's budget's going to be complicated already, just FYI.
What else? I'm going to add my little piece here. Through each department, I'm going to come from a different perspective. Okay, I'm going to, in my own way, challenge each department head. Okay, so I don't want anything to be taken personal. But when I started out here, and this is the way I think and the way I view things. I looked at on page 37, the town manager. Okay, and each department had a department mission, and the department vision, which is good. You have the mission, but then you have the vision. So the vision is a separate thing. Sometimes they get blurred, but a vision is something that should have a measurement tool involved. You ought to be able to measure that in some capacity to say, okay, I can get this done in 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, or long term. It's kind of very similar to comp plan, where the comp plan has things laid out to where they're going to be done in this amount of time, or 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, whatever. And I know from my experience, I had goals I had from year to year, budget to budget, review to review, that I was expected to get done or have a very good reason why it wasn't done, and month to month also. But what I'm saying is in my view, the department mission, and of course I think in ways of cars and engines, the mission is the engine in the vehicle that runs it. The vision is the roadmap. That's where you want to be or where you want to go. But it also needs a driver to get it there. The car's just not going to go by itself. So the department heads and town manager, you all are the drivers of this vision as to where you want to go, what you want to get done in your department. So as we go through all this, I'm going to probably point out some things. And I look at the town manager. Again, page 37. Goals and objectives. Page 38. Measurement tools, right there, as to how he's going to measure this. So I'm coming from that angle in this discussion or this budget session because I'm a result-oriented person. You've heard me say that. And I think the general public expects results. So we have got to show results. A lot of departments do, but there are things that stand out, and we have to come up with a way to get these done. And by putting something on paper is great, but you got to have measurement tools to get it done. Like if I say to Ann, okay, in 3 months, could you come back to council and give an update on what you've done? Sure. Or tell us why you couldn't do it. Or just let Bart know you're not ready. Whatever. But it's called, in simple terms, accountability. You all are the leaders of this town. Leadership is what it's about. So you've got to take that on, take it by the horns, whatever you want to call it, and move it forward. Make it happen. So I'm leaving you all with this thought, and I'll continue with this. But I hope next year this time, whoever's here will say, okay, we talked about this, so where are you now? What have you done? Those saying, what have you done for me lately? So again, when I look at page 38, the town manager has put out a way as what he's going to do, how he's going to measure it, and what is expected of him. Now, some things you're going to achieve, some things you're not. But you ought to be able to say why it was not. Like in electric department case, a lot of times it's weather related. But each department should have goals, objectives, and measurement tools, a way to measure it. Because that's what the citizens see. That's what they either like or complain about. I'm not seeing anything done. Like electric rates, well, we know how that goes, but we're doing the best we can on that. So we just get beat up and go on. We're used to it. But nonetheless, I'm planting that seed, so as we go through different departments, I'm probably going to discuss that in more detail. So that's my little spiel.
And I agree with you 100%. We need to have measurable goals so that somebody knows where they're going. Because if we don't have goals, you can't measure them.
That's right.
You know.
You're going to go down the wrong end, dead end road.
Yeah.
You don't know where you're going. Yeah.
It'd be like, the electric department saying keeping all of our customers happy. You really can't measure that. So that would be we have to have something, that we can measure, that we can keep track of. And that
Can we measure that by how many people come to the meetings and complain? Nobody shows up, everybody's happy, right?
Or the number of complaints compared to the total number of customers.
Well, you can measure it that way. You can
That's
measure
a measurable
that.
way. I mean, it's probably very low.
Yeah, and the way you'd write that goal is decrease complaints by a certain percentage or something like
Correct.
that.
And you're spot on, Todd, and that's what I'm getting at. Those are the things you work on to improve on. Those are your goals that, okay, once you reach that, what's your next goal? You keep on challenging yourself in your own way. So that, I appreciate you saying that.
No, I really like what you said. I think that's a great,
Yeah, and it's in different things, different departments. So it's going to vary, but y'all can talk amongst yourselves and get ideas. Don't go it alone. Don't ever go anything alone. When you're stuck, call for help. What else? Where y'all want to
Well,
start?
I was gonna say, do you wanna start going through what you were
Yeah.
just talking about? I mean, you've got us at that section with the goals, and
Yeah,
we've got
well,
to start with town manager.
Start there, page 37. Bart, tell us what's on your mind.
Mainly what we've been trying to do is to be more transparent, more proactive, and engage people, which sometimes leads people to show up and yell at you guys, but we intend to continue that effort.
Yeah.
From my perspective as manager, we really want the citizens to fully understand what they're paying for. So, to the point about satisfaction, we know when people are upset, they show up and they tell us, for sure. Rarely, it has happened recently, but not, sometimes people will stop by the offices and offer compliments. But the vast majority of citizens, we never hear from at all. So we don't want to assume things.
Yeah.
The assumption might be that everybody's satisfied. Not gonna do that, because we don't know.
Yeah, get that
So,
word out of your vocabulary.
Following up on my discussions with you guys personally, trying to do what we can to improve communications and coordination.
Yeah. Yeah, and I totally agree. And I think all in all, you all do a great job in dealing with the public, the positive and negative. But how can that be measured? How do you measure those goals?
Well, again, we have our efforts pretty well
Yeah.
quantified here.
Right.
Guess I'll tell you, I'm gonna rely on Woody to help me with some of the data, and he does do that. He lets me know some of the responses and feedback.
Yeah, okay.
We can note the number of complaints versus number of,
Well, and
Well, I would think you would do that per department would look at that.
Correct.
Is the way I would look at it.
and again, we'll
Instead of
get to
going-
this too.
yeah,
I'm certainly prepared to talk about measures for each department.
Yeah.
I know we'll get to it, but electric, one of the values of our electric department is our response and restoration time. Now, I think we need to start measuring that if we can, but I'm positive that we are much quicker at restoring power outages than anybody around us. And that's a focus, so.
yeah. I'm not gonna deny.
So anyway, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but
Yeah.
those kind of metrics are,
Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
that's
they're
exactly
easy,
right.
and we'll get to that, but, yeah, I mean, I think, and of course, we had our meeting with you and gave you a few marching orders, but at the same time, there are a number of things, to me, we're always looking for ways to improve. How can we do things better, differently? And some people don't like this word change. We've got to change to continue to improve. You gotta do it, sorry.
that's one thing change is happening. I didn't do a presentation, but our demographics are radically changing. A lot of that's due to the Phase 2 annexation, frankly, but Census Bureau just published updated figures that reflect our new boundaries, and we're quite a bit more affluent than we were. In terms of straight-up numbers, we've got over 800 units of housing that have been approved and are coming out of the ground. Poverty rate decreased from 20% to 10%.
Yeah, look at page 11. We got the updated figures on there.
Yeah, so I guess following up on your points, change is here.
I know it is.
It's really not a matter of what we can feel about that any way we want to, but it's here. And we do need to change the way we're doing things in our operations to reflect that.
That's my whole point, yes. Thank you for saying that.
Sorry.
That's what I was trying to get to, in that the way we're doing things may not always be the way we continue doing things. So you've got to think out of the box at times and look at what else is out there, technology, whatever we can tap into there. And yes, it will come at a cost, but it's out there. But yeah, thank you.
I'm making myself a note. On my section, response tracking and some quantification, further quantification. What kind of we're trying to initiate reaching out, but we need to quantify what we're hearing back and report that to you.
Well, and one thing we've heard a lot about, all of us have, is that the communication process. I mean, and I know it's, some people just they want to be told everything face to face. But there's a lot of things we put out there, like Woody, the online things. It's information out there if they want to understand it, but some people just don't want to go online and read it. So I think we're doing what we can. Outside of mailing some monthly letter, which would be costly, okay, here's what we've done, which.
Of course, the other thing you already know is oftentimes we have to tell people things that they do not want to hear.
And that's all part of it. That is all part of it. And I speak for myself, and I think the rest of us, we're ready to take that heat if we're being upfront, honest, and transparent.
But we always refer back to the code and
That's right.
objective reasons for that.
I don't mind that a bit when we're doing what's right. That's the key. Well, okay. That was pretty interesting. What else you got? Or anything else?
Again, I'm sorry, I kind of interrupted you guys.
That's all right. Yeah. Now, we'll get to the meat of it, but if y'all want to just go through that to page 39, finance, treasurer's department, treasurer's office, excuse me. Now, Ann's mission there and her vision, and again, her goals, objectives, performance measures. So, what say you, Ann?
Well, and part of our vision and mission, I had a staff meeting with my staff last year, and we kind of all developed this together. This is where all of the department saw or envisioned where we want to be in the future and kind of our short-term mission.
Yeah.
And same thing on some of our performance measures and where we want to be. We really want to be more efficient because things are getting harder. There's more accounting standards coming down the pike. It's getting more complicated, and we're not getting more staffing. So we're trying to be more efficient with what we have. We're also trying to help with basically collection rates. The more we can collect, the less we have to write off, the more efficient. So we've done a lot of focus in the recent years. I know our deputy treasurer just got her designation as a master governmental deputy treasurer.
So,
And then we're sending other staff to different classes like delinquent collections and bankruptcy. So we're working really hard to train staff on how to collect and how to do it appropriately and with empathy. And then the audit, as I said earlier, is taking more and more time as more standards come down. So we're doing everything we can to keep it on time and out with the public with a pretty limited number of staff. The audit is mostly done by the assistant finance director and myself. So it's about 2 accountants really working through most of the audit.
mhm.
But we have a lot of performance measures here that focus on the town's comp plan. And so we've focused on financial stability and health through these performance measures and how we can assist the town with seeing, are we meeting that metric?
So number 2 on there, it doesn't look like it's in good shape, the electric fund.
Yeah, I mean, we're going down in reserves. We're still
Yeah.
at 91 days cash on hand is our target for fiscal year 27. Industry standard is 90, so you're right on target.
Yeah, so if we go below that, then yeah.
Yeah. In trouble.
And then the debt service was the other one. So will that go up if we approve this budget, that's gonna increase? Do you
Yes.
know what it's gonna be?
It's not gonna be the 5% that we've had in the
Okay.
past. I think it's gonna be closer to about 2 or 3%.
Okay.
So the question on the days of cash on hand, the electric fund, is that directly related to decisions council made to,
That's true.
so
Yeah.
that's our fault?
Oh, yeah, no, I agree, yeah.
I'm just saying though.
Yeah, no, it is.
And
It's
that's a
not
good
fault,
point.
it's just the circumstances.
But, yeah,
We made that conscious decision.
And that's a good point, Dave, in that we have to understand, what decisions we make have a great impact on other things. They make it go or slow it down. Yeah.
and that's where the tax question's gonna come up, because from what I understand, what John said, if we approve the PCA increase, it's gonna be $24 per 1,000, correct? 1,000 kilowatts?
Yes.
So.
I'm at
some-
24%.
$24.
Correct.
Per month, per
For
1,000.
1,000 kilowatt.
So if somebody uses 2,000 kilowatts.
Thank you.
They're gonna end up having their bill increase $50 a month, basically, to round up. So that's a pretty big, and probably, I don't know, what's the average? Is it average 2,000 kilowatts across our customers, is it less?
It's around 1,000, but
Around
it really
1,000.
depends on the season. In the wintertime, it's much higher.
Yeah.
Spring and fall, it's low. But across the state, 1,000 is the standard. We measure against everybody else.
Yeah, that's where most utilities
Okay.
measure around 1,000.
Right.
How long has that standard been in effect?
long as I can remember.
I mean,
So
most
maybe
of
that needs to be updated.
Most of the bills that I'm seeing going out are higher than 1,000. I'd say that for our customers, it's more like 12 to 1,300 kilowatt.
Yeah, I was gonna say mine's always over 1,000.
Yeah.
Yours is well over 1,000.
Say, turn off the power and it's still be 1,000.
So that's where I think our challenge to our citizens is gonna come if we do anything differently. We're already gonna, if we go with this, then we're gonna challenge our citizens with increasing their power, their monthly rates by what, if you 50 times 12 months, you got $600 a year that they're gonna be spending on electricity instead of on taxes. But if we don't do it, then our potential cash on hand is gonna drop
And we kind of revert back
to where,
to what we've
yeah,
been doing.
exactly, yeah.
So it's going to be a
So,
tough decision, but.
Yeah,
we're-
and that's where I lean in, honestly, if we can't be in the positive if we can't have that going up or staying equal, do we stay in the electric business?
You're going down that road that we have.
I'm
to have that
ahead,
discussion.
yeah.
But gentlemen, I did want to remind you that by statute, we are required in a long-term matter to have what we call 1.0 debt coverage of our revenues versus our power purchase agreements, which is to say, we can't sell you electric for less than we paid for it. And that's by state law. So, and if you wind up falling below for a few months here and there, as long as you make it up on the other side here and there, it's not a problem, but the long run debt coverage is gonna be 1.0.
So we actually pay off our debt in May, and we will not have any debt in electric funds starting May 31st.
But that covenant is still part of our PPAs.
Ah,
This year, next year.
so we are debt-free May this month.
Okay.
However, what Mike is saying is it's still in our purchase power agreements. It constitutes as debt.
So say that again, so I didn't quite understand what you were.
So 1.0 debt coverage for a revenue debt, and PPAs are not constitutional debt, but they're debt for the purposes of the statutes of 15.21133. So it provides that on a ongoing basis, you need to collect as much money for selling electricity as you are paying for that electricity. And that's both your O&M costs, which our O&M costs are, and our direct debt costs, which are things like Snowden. All right, that's a direct operating cost that we have that's within our budget. Plus any PPA costs you need to have a matchup of 1.0 between how much you're collecting and how much you're paying to operate the fund, which is to say that you can't be subsidizing your fund out of your electric fund out of tax money, or in the long term, even drawing down your reserves, because that's considered to be pledged to the PPA holders. And again, that's not even something where we can negotiate with the people we're purchasing power from. That's something the General Assembly's told us we got to do.
And you're right, I figured there were some technicalities or directives from Richmond that would have to go back.
And obviously there are special situations, right? If you had a raft of logs hit Snowden and you had to spend $1 bajillion to try to fix it, that is what it is. But long run, normal operations, you gotta have the 1.0 ratio between what you collect and what you pay.
And that's what the PCA does?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're stuck really matching paying what the PCA says.
In the long run, again,
Yeah.
you want to delay it 2 months, you want to phase it in over 6 months, whatever you want to do, but in the long run, and I don't mean the 5-year long run, I
Yeah.
mean the 12-month long
Yeah.
run, you need to make sure you got a 1.0 ratio there.
And we will have options on that, we can talk about.
Yeah,
Let me just add a little bit there, Mike. We pay certain grid costs which are in the PCA, but are not part of that covenant, okay? And they're significant, they're $800,000 a month. So I don't think we have any trouble covering that. It's just, how do you define it? And those grid costs are not part of the purchase power agreements. Okay, so we do have some room there, but,
Well, I suspect that those would be categorized into the O&M costs that you're required at 1.0 coverage
Yeah.
on as well.
Well, that would include our base rate as well. It doesn't, right, it's all collections.
All
base rate.
collections,
right.
basically the
Yes.
enterprise fund needs to be balanced.
Yes.
Is essentially what I'm telling you.
Yes.
yeah, and we are essentially, there may be some differences between what the PCA recovers and what base rates recover. When you put it all together, we're good. Now, we want to have the goal of having the PCA cover all power costs. But there's wiggle room between those two because nobody's perfect in setting the base rate versus the PCA. And remember, we just had a whole new rate design in October. So we're working our way through that now. But I do agree, in the long term, we've got to cover our power costs.
So have we not, from my limited knowledge, it looks like we haven't been doing that over the past 3 years if we go from 151 days down to 91 days.
And part of that is what triggered the rate study.
Okay.
So because we were not covering it, we had an independent rate consultant come in to design a rate schedule that was supposed to be a 1.0 or above.
That's right, and remember, in the past,
Oh, I know,
probably
yeah.
3 or 4 or 5 years, we've been saying, okay, we're going to eat part of that.
Yes.
Rather than pass it along to customers, because we're trying to be as sensitive to customer cost as possible. So, I mean, that's a conscious decision that we made.
Yeah.
You just can't do it anymore.
Yeah, and that's where I'm just bringing it up because that's where the challenge is. We're going to be raising our rates up again.
And we're going to be looking at this again in, October, November of this year, right?
November 1st is when the
Yeah.
PCA gets reviewed.
Correct?
So there is some leeway within the wording of the PCA to give you some leeway on how to pass the cost along. But we'll get to that at some point.
And then what I'm trying to say is this is the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
So get used to it.
But, yeah, the only reason I'm bringing it up is because it's going to be, we've got all these other challenges, but
Oh,
this
no.
is another challenge for our citizens we need to think about.
Exactly right, yeah. And I was wondering, the last one on page 40 is maintain a collection rate of over 90% on personal property and electric bills. Doing that?
We are, yes, I'm very proud
Yeah.
of staff.
I see, at 99%,
Yeah, they're doing an amazing job.
good job.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
next
guess-
year, maybe now it should be raised to 95%.
That is true.
Yeah.
Industry standard is normally 90, and that's where we
Oh,
pulled
okay.
that from.
Okay.
Yeah, but-
Of course, I'll say the same thing probably with electric. Y'all really do seriously need to consider, and it's vision on the vision side, the EMI metering.
Yes.
That will be a big game changer. This will take care of some of your problems. It's costly, yes, but you'll love it,
I agree.
yeah. So what else you have for us? Anything else? For-
Before we move on, I just a note that both the town manager and our director of finances said, that obviously personnel don't have enough staff to do what we need to do. It's going to be always an issue, so I'm just going to bring it back up again because I'll keep beating this drum about volunteers. I mean, Bart mentioned a minute ago about if we had to do the postage meter. Well, that doesn't take a rocket scientist to run postage through. I mean, a goal would be to try to, our vision would be to try to get folks to think more on volunteers. I mean, your statistics here are great. 91% high school graduates, 28% that are have bachelors, about 60% are in the labor force. That probably means about 40% of our folks are retired. So if we would take a look at, departments would take a look at what volunteers could do and maybe just come up with, I hate to say job description. I mean, once that person gets in there and doing things like administrative stuff or whatever that be out there, you really don't need to supervise them that much, I know. So the supervision's on the front end, but it pays dividends on the long run. So that's just my 2 cents on trying to help staffing.
You're exactly right, Dave, and that you get the right people in the right positions. Once you get them trained, they need very little supervision. And I've seen Ann's group, Ann has a very good group. They know what they're doing, they go at it, and when they have a problem or a question, they come to you, but they know what they're doing. But yeah, you're right. But then some don't work out, and
No, it's just the same.
that's the way it is.
Full-time employees. It's the same as hiring employees.
Yeah, that's right. Good deal, good comments. And we'll come back to the financial side, don't get me wrong, I'm just
Oh, I know.
going through
No,
this
I
part
know.
here.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I just,
Yeah.
since both of them had that comment, I wanted to just kind of.
Yeah. Page 42, information technology,
Yeah, Daryl's not with, Daryl's the ops guy. The budget stuff, basically Ann and I kind of cover for him. But going back to what we're saying, the mandates and the needs for security and the fact that software is not being supported and there's planned obsolescence, I mean, we're drinking from the fire hose on several issues there. And operationally, well, I'll tell you, we're frankly struggling to handle that. We've got two full-time employees. We're also contracting out with Magna 5 to provide a safety net, but those safety net activities are almost becoming as prevalent as the day-to-day stuff, so.
well, information technology is one of those things that of course, I'm not involved as much as it once was, but you buy a computer now, a laptop, it's obsolete within, 1 to 2 years. So, I mean, things are changing that quick on the technology side.
And I hesitate to mention this because frankly, I'm a little superstitious. I've got colleagues who have dealt with ransomware issues, and I just don't ever want to have to do that. But frankly, you're going to pay one way or the other. So,
That's it.
I mean, we have big projects coming, like a Microsoft transition to the cloud-based software. We have a very large project, our phone system.
And always updates.
Well, our phone system will be out of license, I think, in that meeting they said in the next 3 years.
Yeah.
And they don't sell any more phones. So he's got a lot of issues he's dealing with now with that.
And that's one of those things, you have no choice. You've got to look at other options, and it's costly.
and the option there is we're looking at the mobile phones that the town owns and issues.
Yeah.
So we're not just throwing problems at you without solutions proposed behind.
Yeah. Yeah, because the mobile phones could be as much of a liability too if they're.
Right.
if they're connected to the internet
right.
and they can click on a link that'll actually, it's dangerous. But you do, and from when I was here, there's really good training that the town provides to its employees so that they're not.
And we do,
And to all of us, we all see it also, that no.
and we do monitor that, and we test everybody, and
Yes.
we send a monthly report on our pass and
Yes.
failure rate. I mean, our IT staff is constantly going out of their way to try to trick us.
And I've seen that, yeah, you're right. And, but that's the way it is. When you get a email that looks legit, but it says warning, don't open the thing, you know.
The other thing operationally too is with the software systems we have in place, they age out, they become less functional. We're encountering that. We've encountered that with the electric fund recently where our online payment system had a glitch that we had to resolve. The other thing too is these systems are not cheap, and once we're invested in them, it's hard, well, you can't just pull out, I mean, you can't get your money back, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So, in any service discussion, particularly electric, we're committed to upgrades that are ongoing, so if we decided to come to a completely different direction in terms of service, that's gonna impact IT as well.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And it's kind of a process for individuals and everyone. You have to learn the basics of what it is. I mean, it may be very similar to what you were using, but it's still different in its own way. One thing I meant to ask you, Ann, earlier, the credit card for electric bills. Are we there, or where are we on that?
So we received a proposal with our new software where we basically have two options. You can either absorb credit card fees, and that would be no charge to our customers. I estimate that would be around $250,000 a year to do that. The other option is that we can pass all fees to our customer, and it would be at our existing credit card rates, which they've told us is 3.95% or $2.50 minimum charge. So those are the two options associated with it. The benefit of absorbing fees is that you get a lower negotiated rate that's not offered if you pass the fee along. What that means is that when you swipe your card, instead of it being around a 1% charge, it would be around a 95-cent per transaction charge, but that's only available if you choose to absorb the fee.
Because I'm thinking, okay, if I'm in another state for a month, and I realize, oh, my electric bill's due on the 10th of each month, how can I pay it? Could I call and put it on a credit card, or
So today or in the future?
right now?
Right now, you can call. We do have an IVR system to do that. It's a $4.95 per transaction charge today.
But it would cost me more to be reconnected, right?
Yes. Well, and that's added onto your bill, yes.
I don't want that. But yeah, that's what I was wondering. If I'm out of state for a month or longer,
Yes.
and I realize, oh, I know when my electric bill's due,
Yes.
can I call and pay it?
You can't call into our staff because we don't have the security on our phones to do that, but we do have a phone number that takes payments for us.
Well, I could call John and say, John, I need a favor, go pay it and I'll reimburse you.
And I would do that for you. But the other option you have, Mr. Mayor, is you just put it in the mail. It costs you 50 cents.
But if
One thing we really want to push too is that we offer an in-house ACH program, and if you sign up for that with a voided check, we run that in here, and we really want to push that. It's a free service we offer.
But
It's
if I'm
very
in another
reasonable.
state, I'm not getting my mail down there. I'm kind of monitoring what's going on. Somebody may be telling me, you have this bill due on the 10th and today's the 9th.
And also, my staff, we don't have an automated system, so they are calling in-house to people on the
Okay.
disconnect list, and it does take a lot of time, but we found it really helps.
Yeah, and that's another long-term vision. Yeah.
So I have a question. So, you know, a lot of places now where you can go sign in to the account online, are we exploring that possibility down the road, or do we have the technology to do that yet?
So we do have the technology now where you can go online and register your account. I will say that our system is what I would call a legacy system. We're trying to upgrade it. We've started that project. We plan to go live with the new software in April of next year. The new software will be like our tax software, so it's modern, up-to-date, cloud-based, and I think it'll be a much better customer experience. It'll also offer a lot of things we don't have today. So one of those is disconnects. I mentioned staff is picking up the phone and calling. We'll do something called call campaigns. So we'll tell it what to say, and it'll send out automated messages to everybody on the list. And we can do that a couple times. It'll send emails, text messages. So it's going to be a much better service than what we have today.
I mean, because I go online, I've already set up for automatic pay, and I can go online. I did the e-bills, so I get the email notice saying my bill's this, and
Yeah.
it's all seamless.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's kind of what yeah, it's good. Yeah. All right, information technology, I see Darrell had his goals, objectives, vision statement, and he's put on page 43 ways to measure it and so forth. So, you know, that's what I like to see. I mean, you've got that vision and you're going down that road, you've got where you want to drive that vehicle, you got the driver driving it and your destination, so. Good. Any questions on that, comments? All right, police department. What say you, Jim? You're taking care of criminals, correct? Lock them up. Book them down.
Customer service.
Customer service. There you go. But I should not leave the keys in my car at night, right? Yeah.
Common sense. We're basically still operating off of a 3-year strategic plan that I have not had a chance to. We've achieved a lot of those goals, but discussions with command staff, we're going to start doing yearly SMART goals and make our strategic plan a little bigger, where we can actually do measurable goals every year. We do not have our 27 goals yet, 2027 goals yet, but I have found in past agencies I've worked for, if you do that, you're able to be more responsive and a little more agile in how you plan your next year's work.
Yeah, I saw where you put to be determined. I just wondered how long that would take, but you're working on those now.
Well, in the strategic plan that was created before I came, we're still, we're up about in the middle of that 3-year plan, but we're gonna go in a new direction. A lot of that we're gonna continue to pursue because it's good stuff, a lot of good stuff in there, but I found that a lot of it is, I found in the policing world, a lot of times we'll do things like, we're gonna reduce DUI crashes, for instance. Well, we only play a small part in controlling that, things like that. What we can do, for instance, is increase our DUI special controls and things like that. So
Yeah.
there's a few things that need to be tweaked and revamped.
Yeah.
And again, probably broken down year to year
Right.
rather than a 3-year block.
I would think some things, just what, from the outside looking in, like crime trends, what kind of crime is going on in this area? And what kind of drugs are being run through here? I know we've heard that in years gone by. I don't know what the main drug of substance abuse is now.
Yeah, that's funny how that over years it cycles
Yeah.
through, and something will be the flavor of the day, for instance,
Yeah.
crack, take crack, for instance, big in the 80s, coming back again.
Yeah.
And then all the designer drugs that are coming in from overseas, it's hard to keep up with.
Yeah, hopefully some of that is being cut down, but it's still gonna find its way through, no matter what is done. And, of course, response times to calls, I mean, there are little things you could monitor, how long it takes to get.
Yes, and I looked at the response times to calls, it's really kind of hard to quantify that, and even the type of calls. You might have, for instance, you might have a call about an alarm going off in business, and it may be the fact that, just a false alarm, or you might have a burglary, which may take hundreds of man-hours to solve. So
Yeah.
it's hard to quantify a lot of the calls, and even the response times come in different tiers. There's a difference between an emergency call and a call about a dog running through a neighborhood, for instance.
I'll tell you this little funny story. It wasn't as funny then, but it's funny now. Back in my meter reading days, back the downtown Lynchburg area, 3/4 of those meters were in those buildings, down in the basements. So we had keys to a lot of those buildings when they were not in service or when we had to get in to check the meter. And unbeknown to me, I went in one building, it was a restaurant, just went on front door, had a key, it was not open. I hear this little buzzer going off. I think, what is that little noise there? So I go down, check the meter, and come back up in front door, there's a couple of police there. Said, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm out cover, I'm just checking the meter. Okay, but it had alerted the police to come and see who was in that building. So it works. But those things are good. I'll put my hands up, don't arrest me.
That started your criminal career.
Started beforehand. That's what made the alarm getting faced back. But that sounds good, Jim. Do you have anything else to add, or?
No, obviously I'm here to answer any specific questions, but
What do y'all have?
I got 2 questions. So we fully staffed now, everything, we completely fully staffed?
fully staffed, but we have 3 that still need another 5 weeks in the academy and 12 weeks of FTO. And then, good Lord willing, we'll be fully staffed with 24 sworn on the road.
Cool. And then here it says right under the authorized positions, it says $100,000 CIP request for improvements at Liberty Lake Park facility. And what new improvements are we looking at to upgrade?
I don't know exactly how that got in there. I do have plans, long-term plans for some improvements we'd like to do up there as far as like, an actual locker room, washer, dryer, things like that. And then maybe split up for a couple more offices up there, but yeah, I certainly have a long-term wish list on that.
And speaking of that, of course, that was a temporary approach to offset the need for a new police department. Temporary in government terms often spans many years.
Give me 1 second, I'll try to pull that request.
I want to ask a quick question, Mayor, for you, that, I mean, right now, we're going through the you're just going through visions and stuff. We'll go through the budget separately.
Correct,
It was
yes.
at the bottom of the page.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just want to make,
Yeah,
No, no, no.
I want clarity, though, to
I'm
make sure
just-
we're going to go get.
I'm curious as
I
to,
got I'm going to beat up Jim for a little bit.
yeah.
We can talk about it later, if that's
Yeah,
fine.
we'll get to that. Once I get through this,
It
y'all
just,
y'all go at it.
it just popped out, because you look through all the other stuff.
That's, I'm fine, I just wanted to make sure that we were.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of understanding the goals, visions, and as I said earlier, who's driving the car?
I get it.
I do have that request pulled up if you would like. It has continued improvements to the support services building to include the knowledge to paint, renovate office area by adding, oh, it just disappeared. Give me one second.
Okay.
All right.
Renovate office area by adding a POD, partition or wall, renovate interior of building and building locker, shower rooms or gym, decontamination if and when needed. That is the request.
I think Chief does a great job. I think
Yes.
with police presence on both sides of town, I think it really helps a lot to keep what's going on in town down, so,
We certainly focus on just being in neighborhoods.
yep.
And I'm always reminding the guys that just, somebody seeing you drive down the street provides a lot of comfort and safety, feeling of safety.
The presence goes a long way. You're right. Anything else? All right, page 46, Fire Department. Lacy, what you got for us?
Kind of along the same terms, you know, 26, 27 goals and objectives, still kind of to be determined, more or less. It's a little bit more difficult for us to kind of portray that being a volunteer system, but as far as like outside of anything normal, then you're providing the best service to the community, to the town residents, as well as our response area in the county. We're really getting into a position where a lot of our tools, equipment, and stuff like that, it's time to start really like getting with the times more or less. So we've really looked into that. We have I got quite a few members that part of committees and stuff looking to just let's start working toward what do we need. Let's get with the times, and as far as like extrication tools, hand tools, anything, hose, nozzles, stuff like that. What can we do to better ourselves to make things a lot faster? When the fires are burning a lot, when the fires are burning faster, they're burning hotter. We're already behind the 8 ball when we get the call, so they don't burn like they used to. Even in my short career, 16 years ago, a lot of these older homes, we had a little bit more time to get there. So we're looking at more equipment that's lightweight, more efficient, but still puts out the output that is needed and recommended, especially with less manpower. So again, just working towards that with goals and objectives. And then as far as performance measures, really just continuing to improve morale, mental health, and overall volunteer commitment and participation, really. It's out there that we answer the calls, that we put it out there. We're answering a lot more calls outside of our first due. That is not our, I'm not gonna say it's not our responsibility, but we are not the first due company that is dispatched. However, those companies are not answering. So we are next in line, more or less. We're right there on it. We're a home to be burning 30 minutes from here. Or 25 to 30 minute response time for us, and we're the first ones on scene. Our members are tired, but
Yeah.
it's invaluable what they're putting out there, so, and what they're doing.
Well, it's called dedication. I mean, it's, when something like that happens, that's what they're dedicated to do. I mean,
It's more and more frequent. We see it, more parts of the county than others. We know when a call is dispatched to a certain area, that company's more than likely not gonna get out, but if they do, they're not gonna have sufficient manpower to handle what's at stake. So, that's one of my personal performance measures, is continuing to provide that service for everybody.
How many volunteers do you have?
Right now, we're at the roster sitting right around 55, 56, all of which are trained to at least the minimum firefighter one level, except for 4. 3 of those are in a current firefighter one class, which they're actually doing their first training burn today. We had one that started just on the streets actually started to run these calls that we're running. They decided it's not for them, and that's perfectly fine.
Right.
That is perfectly fine. So, trying to find that balance between, is this right for you? Are we the right fit for you?
Correct.
Is this line of work the right fit for you? So that's what I'm volunteer.
Mhm.
So, that's kind of where we're at with that.
Is the morale pretty good?
I believe so. If not, they're lying straight to my face. And
They're doing a good job of it, huh?
they are, yeah, no, that's great. Culture is there. Like I said, it's hard. We're running more calls than we ever have. It's already, what is it, the 1st of May, and we're destined to reach over 1,400 calls this year for service. So if we
What-
keep it up, it's going to be crazy.
You know, I say this all the time, but that fire department there, the Bedford Fire Department, has a long, rich history of volunteering and commitment and dedication. I mean, it stands, that probably goes a long way in getting people to come there and volunteer. I mean, it has a history, as you just said, Stacy, of going 30 minutes to a fire that's really not in your geographic territory, but no one else has responded. I mean, that says a lot about the fire department.
We have to change our entire run, like for instance, not to get off on a tangent, but that requires us to change our entire run order.
Yeah.
Instead of taking the ladder out that would be first out on that, we're having to provide both either the wagon, the tanker, and the ladder truck with a sufficient amount of manpower, which double-edged sword, we're taking then volunteers away from the town,
Yeah,
because 9 times out of 10, we get a second at the same time.
right.
But, more members that step up and they run it to the best of their ability.
Yeah. Well, I think you're doing a great job, and we will continue to support the fire department in any way we can.
We appreciate it. Absolutely do.
Yes, you mentioned that sometimes you guys get tired and stuff, and I think from parenting to public service, we're all tired, that type of stuff. But do you think you were staffed enough to, minimize fatigue and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I believe so. We have and I was naive when I first got in. I might not have seen it. I was one of those young guys that ran every single call. I didn't have kids or anything like that. And now it's moved more towards the big core group of us. We do have young kids, and we're trying to make softball games and school dances and plays, and on top of that, on calls, and then we're up. Most of our calls, we get a few during the day, but most of them in the evenings until they're early morning out. We still got to provide for our family at the same time. So, yeah, they're tired, but we make sure that there's a relief factor there. If I get there and I know that they've been up all night, go take a nap. I need you at your best at 2 a.m. and at 2 p.m. So go take that nap. Everything else is covered. They know their expectations. They know what to clean, everything ready to go. Let's drop them the hat. I need them to be ready to go as well. So I mean, it's there. You always have ones that I'm way too tired. I can't. That's okay. It's a volunteer work. And others will step up for that. But we have a good balance per se. So, I like to do so.
I have a question. How many paramedics and EMTs do you have?
Without knowing the actual number off the top of my head, I would say 75% of our department is minimal EMT, basic, nationally registered certified. I would say we probably have more paramedics on the roster than Bedford County Fire and Rescue has hired, staff folks. And that just to compare, they run 500 to 600 trucks a day. For 24 hours, and we have a lot of paramedics.
No, you get a lot of EMS calls, so it takes up a lot of more time there.
From the first responder base, and that's another thing, we try to continue to, people sign up to ride a fire truck. And we do provide a first responder thing. Your closest medic truck's coming from Big Island at the 122-501 intersection. It takes them 30 minutes to get here. Somebody's either falling in the driveway and it's 20 degrees outside. We're gonna get up and answer that call. We're not on the automatic dispatch. We're gonna step up. My guys know what to do. What's right. Or, unfortunately, somebody cardiac arrest or something like that, we be first on scene. So do grants and stuff like that, we try to get the best equipment that we can to help alleviate what we do. A lot of the young guys, they want better trucks and stuff in the station, but we're not gonna do that. And I hope we don't. And that's not, they don't understand what all that would take,
Yes.
for that to come. We do provide that first responder service too.
You serve the public well.
We try.
Yes.
We try.
Anything else?
Just a quick general question. I mean, you obviously provide excellent service to the community, so how does the community support you? How's the annual fundraiser? Has donations increased in there?
I would say, I don't know if they've increased. They've been pretty steady
Steady, okay.
Throughout the year. And we're very fortunate. We do not have, our community supports us very well through our annual mail out. We're not like other departments that have to do like Stewart's will just at their hand dinner. We've been doing that for 100 years and their chief complains about it every year, but I'm like, you're in control of that. Or spaghetti dinner or chicken, we don't have, we're very fortunate in this community. And a lot of our pay, like, contributors, donators, they actually come from either out of state or not, they don't live in this area because they own homes and stuff here. So we make sure that we put them fingers out there and stuff.
Sure.
Now, not everybody can do it perfectly. And times are tough, but they're there.
Okay.
They're there. They're helpful.
That's cool. Thanks.
Good. Appreciate it, Stacy.
Yes, sir.
All right, Public Works. Tom, come on down and speak to us, or stay there and speak to us. I know you got, well, goals and performance measures to be determined. Just tell us what's going
And
on.
you'll hear from Tom Tuesday night again, anyway.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Don't divulge any secrets.
Now, the main thing about mine is I got a number of questions that need answering, you know, where we're headed with the transfer station, where we're headed with trash collection. Those are two big things, and because that rolls over into equipment needs that I have and that I have requested going forward. So that's, you know, there's a big budget requests that probably have to be funded. So those are my biggest concerns. I do have a list, you know, like I said, equipment is an issue, transfer station, adherence to the fees, that was a concern that I had. I deal a lot with the parks and the special events, and quite often people just expect it to be done, but it costs us.
Right, right.
You know, so that's one of the things.
Tom's the other duties is assigned department, pretty much.
Yeah.
It kind of rolls downhill, is that true? Never mind.
Yeah.
But that is
That's
one
how it
thing
goes.
that I think we are talking about discussing at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, you know, I'm all about, you know, community service and that kind of thing, but
How far, yeah, I know what you're saying.
nothing's free in this world,
Yes.
no matter what.
Nothing, yeah, no matter what is said, you're exactly right.
And then, one of my other, concerns goes along with what Ann was saying about, fee collection. And I had spoken to her, you know, a while ago, but one of the things we want to work on, I'd really like to take the fee collection from Cheryl, from the, if we continue with the transfer station and from the cemeteries, you know, out of the individual's hands. Where I come from, you know, been doing this 30 years, no one touched the money except for the finance department. So,
Right.
it just as a change, you know, it's a, I forget, it's a legal term.
It's a risk management issue.
Yeah, it's risk management, and it's you know, the chain of who has the money in their hand kind of thing.
Are we looking at that, or?
Oh, yes.
So, yeah,
Okay.
so we're
Okay, okay.
And you know, as you all may or may not be aware, I had to terminate an employee because he was stealing funds from the transfer station. So that was kind of the part, and that was a couple months ago. So.
Gotta do what you
The
gotta do.
one operation that's still collecting cash outside of finance is cemetery. If the transfer station closes, then there is no cash collection there, but the cemetery is still collecting cash and check.
Okay.
But that's, but like I said, my main concern is where we're headed with, in sanitation.
Yeah. And how many employees do you have?
Counting myself at 23.
23. Are you full staff?
No, sir.
You're short?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay. All right.
But that was a discussion between Bart and I that I agreed to hold off until at a later time.
Correct.
I mean, we're able to do what's needed to be done, but it is it's constant. There's not, unfortunately, there's not a lot of room for extracurricular, and I don't mean fun stuff. I mean knee-jerk reaction, like, hey, I need somebody here now, kind of thing.
Right.
It's balancing.
Yeah.
And that hiring market is particularly challenging right now.
Yeah.
One can imagine, yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Tom, I will tell you, I do enjoy visiting your employees. They don't mind speaking up, and that's what I appreciate. I mean, last year they were more talkative than this year, but they still like to talk, but
Yeah.
that's why I come, to listen to them and hear what's on their mind. I mean, I can't snap my finger and change everything, but we can address some issues or
That's the thing.
concerns.
When you just asked Stacy, how's the morale? And I was thinking about that to myself. I'm like, how am I gonna answer if he asks me that? It depends on the day, really.
Well, it depends on the bonuses.
Exactly. But yeah, it depends on the day. But I think it's human nature to complain
That's
or whatever. I don't want to put anything in their mouth, but yet they stay.
Yeah,
And they're
that's,
there, and
that's the key.
so there's got to be something to it.
Yeah.
So, some of them is just their nature to negative.
Yeah.
And, I'm going on my second year here, amazing, and, but I'm figuring the guys out.
Yeah, it takes time, and
Some of them you just never.
that's it. That's, as you said, it's human nature.
Yes,
And
sir.
everybody has a bad day,
Yes, sir. That's all.
for whatever reason.
Yep.
But Tom, you're doing a good job, just keep it up.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Y'all have anything else?
And you'll hear more from me on Tuesday.
Good deal. All right, next is Community Economic Development.
So Mary stepped out.
So we'll come
Well,
back.
but let's go ahead and talk. I don't want to hold you up because I have some familiarity with this, having done it before.
Okay.
Mary stepped out for an event on the Hillside CDBG project, so
Good.
actually it's good.
Was that
I feel
trash-
good about the fact she's not here, and the reason she's not,
the
she
trash-
will be back.
Trash pickup.
But
Please.
what I was going to tell you is, well, no, CG and I talked about this. The department heads know what they're doing and can report, so basically my approach today was to let them deal with you directly and then fill in the gaps if they need to.
Yeah.
So if Mary were here, she'd be doing that. But I just want to let you know, you see all the list of things that department takes care of. The most obvious thing we're confronting is the growth and development that frankly we've never seen before. So, the process for all that, before it gets to you guys for approval, it's vetted and reviewed by, well, Mary. I mean, she does that. She negotiates with the developers based on the zoning ordinance and what we want to see and tries to get them to present something that's palatable. And, frankly, she can't force that. So oftentimes, there's probably going to be a subdivision coming to you within a couple of months that's going to feature elements of things that you're going to have to talk about when it gets to you, but she's already tried to get those things in place. And I know that because we did it before.
Laura, is that a subdivision or is that a rezoning?
It's a rezoning, but it's a rezoning because,
Let me fill in that, or unless you want.
well, you go ahead. Process, this is all about process.
Yeah, it's all about process. The General Assembly basically forced us into a straitjacket with respects to subdivisions and site plans. It was last year, and we got ourselves into line on that. But the principal thing was that historically, subdivision plats and site plans have gone to council in Medford, and we were certainly not unique that way. That was, I don't want to say it was the majority way to do things, but it was not unusual kind of in the west of Charlottesville region of the universe. But the General Assembly, in their infinite wisdom, decreed that that needs to be undertaken by a staff member, and that council, neither council nor the planning commission can have the final decision on those. And it shortens the timelines for approval such that it would be extremely difficult for the council to do review even if you wanted to. So that was, per state law, that was moved to being a staff function, which means that your role in the process is really limited to the legislative actions of doing rezonings and actions on conditional use permits. So you're not looking at the final product, you're looking at the parameters that the final product's gonna have to fit into.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, sometimes there are cases where we have by right zoning, let me mention that too. In Virginia and probably most places in the United States, if you have practice zoning, there's got to be something that you are allowed to do by right, which means basically we might have to document a permit for that, but if you're zoned single family and you meet all the regulations of zoning ordinance, we have to allow you to build that house. Again, comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance revisions we've done, we have to do the best we can to anticipate what the community standards are and establish that. But somebody enforces that, and in development terms, that's Mary. I'm just going to refer back to Mary. So the planning and zoning administration stuff, particularly with what we're seeing now, is pretty intensive, which is a good thing. We're seeing growth. We say we want that. Now, sometimes there are cases, and there's going to be a case coming to you soon, where there's a property zoned R1, and there are certain lot sizes that are allowed by right, but developer says they want to get slightly smaller lots. So they're going to request a rezoning to an appropriate category that allows that. That's where they have to go through planning commission, come to you guys, there's a public hearing process. It's somewhat negotiable, but we also have to make sure that we manage everybody's rights. And I can tell you process-wise, having done it myself, you meet with the developer, they tell you their plan, you review it, and in light of what we've established and the changes they're proposing, you try to give them some guidance without overstepping. Because the other thing that changed since I started as planning director 26 years ago was we used to make recommendations. Well, those can kind of get you in some trouble legally, particularly say staff recommends approval of something and then it doesn't go through. So about the only thing Mary can do is tell people, you know, this might be a problem or that might be a problem, and then you've seen it before in other processes. Sometimes things come to you that you have to turn down because they didn't follow the advice. But all she can do is provide the advice.
Correct. Yeah. But she has to make that decision. Well,
Yes.
she does make.
She does, she manages that
Yeah.
liability, for lack of a
Well, I mean, I think all department heads do a great job, but I know Mary has a lot on her plate. And then I know there's areas that stand out, but it's a whole lot she does that people don't know about and don't see.
And I'm just talking about the planning and zoning part right now. I mean, if you approve something, then it has to be built,
Yeah.
subdivision has to be, we have to calculate a surety to make sure that the things they're obligated to provide that we're going to take over
Yeah.
happen. Mary manages that.
Yeah.
Then on the zoning side, she manages the individual zoning permits for each unit that's, and again, you have to review.
Yeah.
On the other side of that, there's the building office, which zoning says you're allowed to do a building is how you do it, and there's a separate set of codes, it's got to be safe. So we have two people doing that now, managing, we know 800 units that have been approved that can happen anytime. So that in and of itself, in most places, zoning and building are full-time positions in and of themselves. So I know, I've heard a lot of chatter, and you guys have too, about what does Mary do? That's one thing she does. That's just one hat she wears. In addition, the authorities and commissions that she serves as staff to, of course, Planning Commission I mentioned. Housing Authority is actively engaged. In fact, Mary's not here right now because they're doing some work to rehabilitate houses up
Right
on.
over.
And they can do that because they have the authority to do that, council cooperates, but Mary is a staff person for that as well. Economic Development Authority, they're on the ground and running right now. The middle school project, they were instrumental in working out the performance agreement, managing that, leveraging grants. Right now, they're marketing Winoa as a metalworking education site with a steel. Mary's a staff person to that as well. So there are a lot of metrics that, and I'll talk to her individually, but in this document, I'll tell you, we need to provide. Some of those are in economic vacancy rates downtown. That's a metric we can report. The other thing is we have an enterprise zone, which we've had for years. That's an incentive program geared towards distressed communities. The good news is we're probably not eligible for that anymore. So the next time it's up for renewal, actually the program may go away. But there are a lot of metrics involved in that report that we can peel out and put here.
So what will take its place, or will anything?
Nothing, because we're not economically distressed anymore. Congratulations, that's the bad news.
We're doing better.
Some of the incentive programs that are tied to enterprise zone, we might have authority to do on our own. And we
Yes.
may decide that we want to continue some of those things on a local basis, or on a more targeted basis, but I think probably we can talk about that once we become more sure that that program's actually gonna go away.
And the next renewal cycle is pretty far off. I want to say 2034, but don't quote me on that. But also, we can provide you with metrics about number of permits, inspections. Code enforcement also, anything that's not a criminal offense, Jeremy and Daniel handle that. Mostly grass complaints, which are more fun than you would expect them to be. But those are the kind of things, again, I'm just kind of covering that to keep you guys on track. But
I know Woody.
and if you have any questions of me, I'll try to answer them, but when Mary gets back, you can.
Well, I know we brought Woody on.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning.
Help.
Let me mention that. So Woody, who we have under contract right now, is a consultant who does, well, he's broadcasting this
Yeah.
for us right now, and I guess you hear me back there, Woody. In fact, Woody, if you want to come out of the bat cave there and talk about what you're doing. As of July 1st, as part of this budget, Woody will become an employee of the town. His title will be Marketing and Communications Director. We have that description drafted and ready to go. He'll continue to do what he's doing for us at about the same rate, just with the benefits that town employees get. I'll also tell you, though, Woody provides a lot of services to the community with his business media squatch. We've talked to him about that, and I've had a few businesses come to me and express concern about him coming to work for town and no longer providing those services. We're going to manage that through our own processes, through outside employment, things like that. But my direction to Woody is to continue to provide those services to the business as long as they don't interfere with our needs and his role as an employee. And I'm on the hook for managing that. But really, as a kind of concession to the community, Woody provides a lot of value to people beyond us. And we want to allow him to continue to do that. And the degree to which that's scaled down as he ramps up things with the town is something we'll manage.
Well, that's a skill set that we'll benefit from.
Also, you had talked in October about hiring a downtown marketing person. Woody volunteered to take on those resources, and because I'm cheap and you pay me to be cheap, I'm letting him do it. So we've incorporated the downtown action strategy as part of that job description.
All I can say is turn him loose. Turn him loose.
And Woody, if you want to come out and say anything, come on out.
He's smart, he's just gonna stay inside.
He's a man behind the curtain.
It's on a little delay.
I was asking Jim, maybe wake him up, but never mind.
Yeah, it's like a 10-second delay, so. No, if you have any questions, I mean, it's a great transition for me though, because I've worked with businesses for the last 4 or 5 years as a studio, and had a lot of community leaders, community businesses, community organizations come through. So I don't know, I feel blessed and ahead of the game because I've already got relationships built that I can work with, for downtown and for an official marketing communications capacity. So it's I think with the town growing as much as it is, and Martin and I have talked about it for a couple of years, it's necessary, and the fact that I have already built relationships is actually
And then with the downtown part, having experience in downtown Lynchburg and stuff like that, it's just, it's a win-win for me.
I will say this to you, Woody, and I don't know if Bart passed this on. Of course, my office, when I was working, was in Lynchburg. So I saw a lot of change, and the 85 flood changed the lower basin forever. But it rebuilt and came up to what it is now. You're very familiar with that, as to how it got started in the 90s and what it is today. And once he told me you knew people that were involved in that and all that, I thought, put him to work. Because that's the one I refer to all the time, in that after the 85 flood, most people thought the lower basin should just be bulldozed into the James River.
Right.
There was no hope, but they took those old warehouses, converted them into apartments and all that, and it is just amazing what they have done. I mean, and where I used to go in, as I said earlier, we had the keys to all those vacant buildings. And we go in and meet on the first floor, second floor, third floor. So, old buildings, I like to explore and look at them, which didn't do any harm, but at the same time, you have to wonder what could ever be done. Well, the 85 flood did that for them, to where it's just amazing. And that with that mindset, you can look at what does downtown Bedford need, what can be done, and what will work. So, as I just said, turn you loose. Yeah. Any questions for you?
I have a question on enterprise zone.
Yeah.
I remember when we done that, but I couldn't remember we was getting any kind of funding and anything like that.
Basically, it just opens doors to two specific grants that I'll mention. One is a real property investment grant, but that you have to spend $100,000 to get the benefit of that from the state. And the other is the job creation grant. You have to, for any job you create above the prevailing market rate, I think you get some money for training and things like that. So but the other thing is it also authorizes us to waive certain fees. So within the enterprise zone, we waive some zoning permit fees, sign permit, things like that. So those are the incentives. They're basically authorized, and then when people would invest at a certain amount, it does open up other things.
I was just trying to remember. I couldn't remember because when we talked about it numbers of years ago.
And I know Mary's got the numbers on how many incentives we funded through that.
Okay.
And any more questions that y'all have for Mary when she gets back, we can ask them. But anything else for Bart?
Not just, so the marketing and communications, that include just overseeing events and stuff in town as well?
Well, yeah, but I do want to get your direction on events today based on our current policies. Now, I will tell you, the administration of events right now goes through Tom.
Okay.
As far as direct assistance with marketing and promotion, things like Centerfest that we know about, Woody would do that, and I think we've written that in the job description, but if we haven't, we will. But I do want you all to talk about the way we manage special events.
Sure.
Because it is a budget issue.
Yeah.
And there are things done today, like the website. Woody maintains the website for the town and Facebook page and social media. That includes all of that as well.
And just in case anybody asks you, the contract we have with Woody, we did bid out. So the other bid we received was 3 times what we're, sorry, Woody, if this offends you, 3 times what we're paying Woody currently. So we do know what the market is for what we're getting.
So Woody's cheap labor.
All of us are, but we know that, and we're here for bigger reasons.
Woody's doing what he likes to do.
That's right.
Yes.
That's a better way to put it.
So what you're asking us is to talk about the special events because of the cost we're paying for
Recovery.
the,
Well, our fee, I'll tell
covering
you,
our cost. Our fees won't cover the cost of what we're spending.
our fee currently recovers 20% the way it's written.
Yeah.
And then oftentimes we waive the fees and we get,
And then all those law enforcement costs, all the different costs we have in them. And then my other thought was, since we have Woody, do we manage them on our own and do our own management of them that way? I mean, because I think he can do as much as some of the organizations we have managing them possibly. I know it's putting a lot on Woody, but
A lot cheaper.
I have a lot. Well, I don't know if it'd be any cheaper because the others we pay a little bit of a fee to.
yeah, well, let me just, since you brought it up, Centerfest would be a good example. The Central
Yeah.
Virginia Business Coalition does that, and it's a pretty involved event. And
Yeah.
they inherited it from Main Street, which disbanded. And we do heavily, we do not charge a fee for that. That's also in our special events policy. And we also are a sponsor of the Central Virginia Business Coalition. I think 5,000 or 7,500?
It was 7,500 last.
Thank you. So, yeah, we're getting an event for $7,500, but we're probably paying 15 to 20,000. So the net is about a $7,500 cost. Now, to the point, could Woody do everything that Heather Alto does with Central Virginia? I don't know, and I don't want to. I mean, if you want to respond to that, you can, but my initial response is it's more than one person.
It's a big, they do a great job.
Yeah, they do.
And it's a lot of wrangling, but I think that part of what I would like to do is just for the town to have a bigger presence in those events, to then market the town and to be more present for the community coming through, because Centerfest is a fantastic opportunity for the town. And just that it takes place in the town is good, but the fact that we could be more involved and in a way have a person directly working with Heather and her team and building the town's image even better.
Well, maybe working with the businesses to
Right.
capitalize on that as well, to give them advice about staying open or participating directly or selling things.
Yeah. So we do receive it, so you're taught the 20,000, does that come from food tax or where? Do we
You're
get?
talking about the expense?
No, I'm talking about, do we get any fund, do we get food
Oh, what's the
tax?
benefit of those events? Well, we do
Yeah.
get meals tax from food trucks and things like that.
It's not a substantial amount.
Okay, so so we're really, so it's more of a marketing side is what
Correct.
we really need to use it for.
I would agree with that,
But we're gonna talk more about that.
And there are certain events that we've identified as institutions of themselves. The fireworks on July 3rd, which we pay for, Centerfest, and then the first Saturday in December, there's the Christmas parade, there's the Bedford YMCA 5K, and there's been the tree lighting thing. All of those are things that we do not charge fees for, because they are legacy events from either Main Street and/or our recreation department or other things that we think the community has come to expect the town to provide.
And I will say, it's kind of like Centerfest. Heather and her group does a great job on the parade also. They get it organized, and it's pretty tedious. I mean, when you have 100-plus contestants or people that want to be in the parade, and you get them numbered, and when I was in it this last December, she told me exactly where I needed to be behind what person and all that. I mean, she had it down to a T, so, and Woody, good luck on that, isn't it?
No, they do a great job.
Yeah, they do a great job. I think there's just some things that we'd have to think good and long about if we wanted to pass them to someone else.
And again, not to be on spot, I understand at least one of you is involved in a parade event coming up, and that's quite an exercise in herding cats, isn't it?
It is.
All right, anything else? All right, we'll talk to John on electric, then we'll take a break. So John, what you got for us? I can see your no goals or no measurements, but tell us what's going on.
Well, obviously, our number one priority is keeping the power on and trying to do that at a reasonable price, or the lowest price we can do it. Also, safety of our employees is
Number one.
paramount to us.
Yes.
I always tell our guys, the most important thing you're going to do today is come home safely tonight. That's where we're going. Obviously, we're trying to focus on our power cost, which has grown over the past, but we've taken some steps, the first one being the purchase from Potomac to hedge a greater portion of our costs, so we know what those costs are going to be. They'll be fixed once we go forward, so they're not going to be increasing. We also have a whole slate of short-term purchases, which Bart is going to approve or has approved. I don't know where it stands, but that will help hedge our future cost for the next year. Those are all short-term purchases of 1 or 2 or 3 months. They're not long-term, but we look at the market continually. I feel like sometimes I'm standing in quicksand because the market changes so much, not only from day to day, but hour to hour. There's all sorts of world events, this thing going on with the Strait of Hormuz. How does that affect the town of Bedford? Well, it pushes prices up, pushes market prices up, it pushes diesel fuel cost up, all those things. So We have a whole range of things that impact our budget, but we have a limited control over those things. So it's very hard to say, okay, one of your goals should be to reduce power cost. Well, if I controlled all the factors that impact power cost, I'd be comfortable with that. But I do not control those things. Those are things that just come at us. The one thing I want to point out in this budget is we've always paid a certain portion of administration, treasury, finance, all those things, but that was always buried in the actual accounts. This year, I think it's a good idea that Ann has broken that out separately, so you see it now laid out clearly what those are. And I think that this year, our allocation has probably increased a little bit. So that's another area of our budget where all these things come at us, but we don't control that, okay? Now, I'm not saying anybody's making imprudent decisions. I'm just saying that everything you see in our budget is not under our control.
Yeah. I think we have learned that.
Right, right. But we're working diligently to make our energy supply sustainable, as low as cost as possible, and to try and further insulate against those events like we had last January and February, where we had a mini polar vortex, where we had those cold temperatures for such a long time. This year, we're going to have a greater portion of our energy hedged, so we'll be immune to those effects. So as I look down the road, I don't see power costs increasing in a step way the way they have in the past, like when our capacity cost went up by 500%. I don't see that happening in the future. So
it's a little more
a
stabilization.
little bit more stabilization, greater percentage for our energy hedging. So as a result of that, and it's not really reflected in this budget, we'll probably be selling more energy on the market because we're hedging a higher percent to reduce our risk.
Okay.
So that means we'll probably have a little excess energy to sell from time to time. But we work diligently with AMP and all the planning people there, all the weather forecasting folks. And by the way, we subscribe to a high-level weather long-term forecasting service, which I can make available to you folks because they give us regular presentations on what's going on. This summer, they're expecting slightly warmer than normal temperatures and slightly drier than normal.
Okay.
So what does that do for us?
Wow.
More air conditioning, probably more fires as a result of that, more air conditioning loads, and less water for the hydro plants. So that's probably not a good thing. But I'd be happy to share all that information with you if you find it interesting.
How about more wind?
I wish. I wish. Well, Stacy, he doesn't want more wind because that makes the fires worse.
Well, that flames the fires.
Right. Well, that brings up an interesting point, which we haven't talked about in the past. In California, for example, where they've had all those wildfires over the past few years, many of them have been caused by electrical failures. You know, a power line gets shorted out, it sparks, it starts a wildfire. Well, in California now, they're making the utilities pay for those costs. We should check with our insurance that we have some protection against wildfires going forward. It hasn't come to that point here in Virginia yet, but since Virginia is becoming California East, I wouldn't be surprised if it hits us at some point. So we want to make sure we have some insurance against that. Stacy, you probably know more about this than I, but
Well, we had the recent events up towards Big Island.
Make sure the fire hydrants work.
And while we have started our hydrant season and all that, but unfortunately where this happens, there aren't any hydrants.
That's right.
Yeah, so, we just had one and it was AEP, luckily it wasn't the town, but out, the Axton way, not that way. Sure enough, started, it's called forestry and they put a line around it and it jumped it, so we go back out there the next day and call forestry back in, but it does happen and we're not immune to it. It's here.
Yeah, it can happen anywhere.
yeah. So with drier conditions, probably have a pretty healthy fire season coming.
Yeah.
And unfortunately. So that's basically what I want to say. As Bart said, we concentrate on our response times. And that's one thing we do get complimented from our customers is they make a call, we're there within 15, 20 minutes. And they find that very comforting. And I think our outage management system has gone a long way to improve our response times because now, after hours, for example, the duty person will get that information immediately. He doesn't have to wait for what happens at dispatch or anything like that. He gets that information immediately and he can roll as soon as he gets it. So that's been a big help for us is our outage management system. We do kind of have our own internal IT because we have our own SCADA system, which is completely separate from the outside world, and that's for security purposes. But there will be more internet security, cybersecurity requirements coming down to us and probably to the town in general, but definitely to us as an electric utility. So, and then within PJM, which is, Mr. Mayor, you know what PJM is.
Oh, yeah, all too well.
It's kind of the overseer of the grid in our region. There's all sorts of turmoil there now. We just don't know what's going to happen. And prices are kind of topped out for the next year or two, but after that, you know, we don't know what's going to happen. So all we can do is be as prepared as we can. At the same time, we're trying to move forward with several projects, one of those being expanded capacity at Snowden, which is going to take a long time. It's going to be a long-term project. We got some tobacco money to address that. The other is working with AMP on more local generation here in town, peaking units like we have on Orange Street. Of course, we're always looking at things like battery storage. I'm hoping that some genius like Elon Musk comes up with a new battery system that changes the world. So we're constantly looking at options. It takes time to evaluate those options, and it's even slower to implement them. You hear the train now? Let me give you an example. Yesterday, we were scheduled with Norfolk Southern to make a crossing over the railroad to get to the Winona property. This has been in the works for 6 months at least. So there's a process you go through to permit to get time to work around the railroad and get across the railroad. It requires a flagger. Believe it or not, the railroad has flaggers. Anyway, we scheduled all this through the railroad, got all our permits, paid all our fees. We show up there yesterday morning at 9 o'clock. The flaggers show up and say, you're not going to be able to get across today. What do you mean? We got a permit. It says right here we can get across. No, there was a derailment in West Virginia. And now we're going to have more trains coming through here than normal. You have no time to get across. So we had marshaled all of our people there. We had set up everything. And also some people from Norfolk Southern showed up and said, hey, what are you doing? You can't be here. Well, wait a second. We have a permit. It says we can cross today. Can't do it because of the derailment in West Virginia.
So it would have been nice if they told you that.
It would have been nice. But that's not the way the railroad works. You know, they have their own set of, their own world that they operate in.
I understand that.
And everybody that's not affiliated with the railroad is you're insignificant. So we had 2 crews there, we had all these people, all this equipment, and we kind of wasted our morning waiting to get across the railroad, which we never got the clearance to do.
So that's still a project to be done.
To be done, and we're going to have to pay again for another set of permits and to try and coordinate with the railroad. Finally, the railroad, the workers said to us, you know what, it's best if you do this on a Saturday or Sunday. You might get across then. But the people in the office in Atlanta, Georgia, no, they don't want you to come on a Saturday or Sunday because they have to schedule somebody on overtime to be there with you.
And so do you.
And so do we. So I don't know when we'll get it. We'll keep trying, but that's the world we live in.
It's the nature of the beast.
We don't have control of all of these factors.
That's right. I
So
get it.
most of the time we feel like a punching bag. We do our best, we follow the rules, but it doesn't always work out the way we hope.
Thank you, John. Any questions? Maybe we'll come back to all this. Y'all good? Thank you, John. I appreciate it. And your employees are good too, even though they don't talk as much as Tom's, but they're still good, but they're a dedicated bunch, and by being around them a number of times, they know what they're doing. And it's like me, again, there's a bunch who, they know their job, they know what has to be done, they just go out and do it.
Now, let me just add one thing about employees. We have a great group of guys now. We have a bunch of younger guys going through the apprentice program and working their way through to get experience. We just lost another fellow to Salem.
Oh,
So since I've been here, we've lost 10% of our workforce to Salem.
are you fully staffed now? Or how, not obviously.
I think we have 2 slots open.
A lineman?
The guy that left was an apprentice.
Okay.
We'd like to hire an A lineman, but we just have no luck hiring A lineman.
What are your numbers fully staffed?
25 or 26? 25.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we have 1 slot on the tree crew and 1 apprentice, or A lineman if we could hire them, but we just have been hiring apprentices. So we are.
We did just have somebody join us who took a pay cut to come here. Now,
That's true.
obviously, those results are not typical, but I think it does speak to the fact
Yeah.
that John's doing something right.
Yeah, I think as far as morale goes, it's improved greatly since I came here 11 years ago. When I got here, they were ready to kill each other, which is not it's not unusual within a lineman culture, but I think we've got a much better morale now, and you know, our basic thing is, of course, salaries are always an issue for us, and every one of those guys could go someplace else and make more money.
But they're not doing it.
They're not doing it, right?
Well, I mean, you're right, and I've said this a number of times. Utility workers have their own language and their own way of doing things and their own attitudes. So you have to understand that. But
Very true.
But they work together.
Yes, they do.
But we appreciate what you're doing, John.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break, come back, we'll get into the meat of the thing, and I think Deborah will probably have a lunch for us. All right, go stretch out some. Is he learning to stir the pot? All right, everybody's back, let's get going again. It was asked of me, do we want to look at community agency funding on page 54? So whatever comments you all have, let's take a look at it.
I think that's pretty simple.
That's my thought too.
Yes.
Any
But
comment?
because we have access, it doesn't mean that everybody else
Yeah, that's it.
listening don't have access.
I think
to it.
that's pretty
So-
much needs, that's all we need
Thank
to
you for
say.
I appreciate that.
Are we okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Then
That's a grant anyway.
yes, it is. Okay, from this point on, you all, whatever you all have on your plate to talk about, let it go. Or do you want to go through each category? CIP and so forth, or how do y'all want to do this?
I said, let's just go through the categories,
Yeah.
make it
Okay.
easy, we ain't be jumping around.
got you.
here and there.
Make sure we cover everything.
I'm with you, okay. Then the next is financials. Who's doing that, Ann? Or,
Well, I mean, it's, we just did the third quarter report to you current year. The biggest adjustment is where we're recording these expenses more in the electric fund.
Yeah, this section has trends, graphs, it discusses processes, it's got a chart in there about the different general ledger codes and who is associated with those codes, like department-wise. This section really is to help you understand the general ledger reports that are at the back of the budget.
it talks about the enterprise funds and all that. So y'all, what questions do you have on this one?
Well, see on page 64, Dan, I just had a quick question of why, like under the general fund, unassigned fund balance, there was a big jump in the 22 to 23. I was just wondering what that was.
Yeah, that's really when we used American Rescue Plan Act funding to recover some of our public safety expenses.
Alrighty. Page 65. The, under business type activities, self-sufficiency fund, it says that, the solid waste fund is at 89%, so will that look, that's gonna look better this year?
Correct, yes, this is based on the last audited financial statements.
Okay. So based on what we've done, it'll probably be closer to the 100% or getting closer to it.
I think in 26, it's still gonna be slightly under 100% because we're still making changes, but as of the budget that we're putting forward in 27, it should be at 100%
Okay, cool.
or above. I do want to make a comment on that graph on page 65 for solid waste unrestricted net position.
Yep.
You'll see that we had a rather large negative balance. What's included in that is unfunded pension liabilities, so that's VRS. Also, when we closed the landfill, we had a very large payable recorded to the general fund. And so we used cash to basically pay that off and say, you know what, solid waste fund, you no longer owe us this liability. And so that is why that increased greatly in 23.
But but the trend will stay the same in the out years. I mean, it'll start to be negative.
It will, as long as that's on what we call a full accrual basis of accounting, because we're seeing those net pension liabilities out there that are rather large. And that's VRS, when you hear me say pension, it's the retirement system.
I did like in the note on page 66, your long-range financial planning. I did like the note down toward the last paragraph about the ever-increasing inflation in both personnel and operating costs, while revenues are not growing at the same inflationary rate.
Yeah.
So we're spending more than coming in.
Absolutely. I know we had that discussion in a department meeting with the new construction coming on off Independence and what that will bring in real estate taxes. And when you calculate what our 28 cents brings in, it's so much smaller than you imagine. Very little revenue compared to growth.
Yeah, that's another topic for discussion at some point.
And this, okay, so I'm sorry. sorry, I'm doing all
Oh,
the
that's-
talking. You
that's-
guys will jump in. if you can, but-
That's why we're here.
Okay, but the, on the, where it says debt, no additional debt is included in the forecast, that's, I mean, I guess that's general fund stuff, but we are including, looking at debt for capital improvement, right?
That's right. So it's included in contingency because we don't know what that is yet. We kind of have forecasted those numbers on what the annual payment is, and we've set it in contingency for that.
So do you think on page 67, current real estate taxes, like I said, we won't get it, you don't anticipate a huge increase then based on, how about the reassessment? Do you think we'll get a little bump there?
I'm hoping we will because every time we do a reassessment, it does go up. I mean, the last 2 times, it's gone up about 20,000 a year. So I'm thinking that we'll get another bump like that again.
The last one, did that include when the real estate values went sky high, or?
We had a blend going on that year because we had the boundary adjustment and we had a reassessment.
Okay.
So we had 2 factors that contributed. You'll see real estate taxes went up greatly from fiscal year 23 to 24.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying, as you're talking about the taxes in here, and I flip back to the page 14, comparing us to other communities, ours is probably behind Lynchburg and Vinton. Ours is probably one of the higher ones. And so I was kind of that, how are the other ones performing as compared? Yeah, how are they keeping them so low? Yeah.
And the other thing that I noticed on that same graph is our town's percent or contributions to the total tax, town and county, it seems to be a little higher than what the other towns are paying for or charging for the taxes. So
It just depends. Every locality has their own flavor, I will say, of how they charge revenues to pay for services. And I think it depends on what the community can afford to pay and where they are willing to pay it. So ours has been on real estate tax primarily because we were a city, and when we reverted, we kept a stable rate with the county. And so we said, okay, our citizens are used to paying this real estate tax, and we want to keep it that way. And so that's where the reversion had us at a higher rate than those towns.
Yeah.
Now, there's other things that other towns are charging that we are not, that could blend. So, for example, our neighbors in Benton and Rocky Mount have a vehicle license fee that we are not charging. That brings in around $120,000 a year. I mean, there's other things that they are charging that we are not, like machinery and tools. And the issue is that those localities are used to paying it. There's a certain steadiness involved in it. And so whenever you talk about change, you're changing what people are paying, what they're used to paying. So in Bedford's case, I think we have had a higher real estate tax because our residents were used to paying that combined total rate as a city. And so it's just kind of continued. But there are other ways you could become more competitive, like a vehicle license fee. You'll see many towns charge that. We don't. And then machinery and tools, many towns charge that. We do not. And then the business license, we have much lower rates than most of our neighbors. Although you have to go to each individual locality to see their rates because there's such a difference in how people are charging what. I hope that helps. The other thing is our next door neighbor, the town of Benton, they have a really low tax rate, but they also have special legislation that allows them to get full percentage of sales tax from the county. I believe they're the only town in the state of Virginia that gets that, but their sales tax coming in is more than double what we were receiving. They get about $1 million a year in from the county. That balances their budget.
But don't they also pay tax to Roanoke County,
Yes,
which is what, $1 and something?
$3.40.
yes.
Yeah, so, yeah. So, I mean, I've heard people talk about how low that tax rate is, but, and I don't get into any back and forth, I'm thinking, it's just like the town, we pay the county tax also. So they're doing that to Roanoke County.
Correct, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's where, when I was talking about real estate tax, I was comparing the town and the county together.
Yeah.
For all of them, and that's where, town of Vinton actually is the highest, it looks like. Well, other than Roanoke City.
Right.
And Salem. But out of the towns, Vinton's was the highest.
Yeah. All right.
So meal tax, we got, I remember I mentioned this, I asked us a while back about looking into the meal tax. Are we trending there, we making money on that, or we need to look into that?
It's still overall down. We're hoping Beals is reopening, so we're hoping that will help growth that we're gonna see next month. But at the moment, the last time I checked it, we're still forecasting to be about $100,000 less than last year.
We're sitting at 5.5% meal tax now.
Yeah.
The average is 6, some is 4, but the average is about 6 through the whole damn meal taxes, so I didn't know if we find out next month, do we need to look into that or whatever?
And I will say, 0.5% on our meals tax today is around $170,000 to $180,000 a year.
And well, that may be something we wait until a year from now and then look at, because that could be some of the recovery costs of the 750,000.
You kind of weigh what is usually done the previous year. Make
Yeah,
a
to see if we
decision.
need to raise it to make up, or, yeah. Because it may increase, just like Ann said, with the Beals opening back up and some others.
And I hear Zimmerman's doing pretty good.
So are we gonna talk about revenue later? I mean, I don't want to be jumping around. If we go through expenses and stuff, but then talk about revenue, that'd be fine, but.
Well, when we go to the budget, I think the revenues are the first part of the budget.
Okay, well, I mean, when I mean revenue, I mean
Taxes.
additional revenue, taxes.
Increasing taxes, well, like I said, the challenge for me with increasing taxes, we're gonna start charging people $25 to $50 more a month for electric bills now.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
know there's a balance, but there's also a balance of we're losing money and not bringing enough in. And at some point, the town's not gonna be sold.
well, I agree, I don't disagree, I see it with both sections, with the, yeah.
Theory that the weather had an impact on the meals tax this year.
No,
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, that's why I was comparing,
well, that's why I'm saying I think we need to have discussion and then maybe have a roadmap of what we're gonna do, because we're losing $750,000 in a couple of years. We're gonna, and there's other things coming down the pike, and it's just, if we don't do something now and we wait till later to put a plan in place, it's just gonna be harder later on to make up than what it'd be now. So anyway,
Well, I mean, we can talk about that, taxes and fees, or.
yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And what I was looking at like, the meal tax, or lodging tax and stuff like that, because, I don't want to hurt our citizens or anything like that, but I want to catch that revenue that if we have visitors, or we have people coming through the town, or coming out of the peaks, or come and visit DJ, or come visit our little town, that would be revenue that we could catch right there in the process, and then that won't be directly towed, personal property or nothing like that. That's what I was thinking.
So one thing I would recommend is if you do want to do a meals tax change, to give about 3 months notice for our vendors so they have time to change all of their merchant processing devices and update the rate. I know it does take time.
No, yeah, I don't think if we made a decision, I wanted to next month, but yeah.
All right, what else on, are we okay on the rest of this, or?
I've got sorry, but I
That's
got a quick
okay.
question.
Keep it going.
The same with the mill tax. The comment here says that the current rate's set at 5.5%, with excess collections over 5% designated and spent solely for economic development per town code. So if we happen to raise, let's just say the mill tax is 6%, does that mean a 1% goes to the economic development?
It's up to you. So it's designated by town ordinance that 0.5% goes to economic development, so you have full control over that. You could also say the 0.5% would no longer go to economic development. You just have to adjust the.
We could actually say that 0.5% would go to future, to an account to hold to cover for the 750,000.
All right.
Because Mary and the Economic Development Authority get that 0.5%.
Yeah, I just didn't know if it was automatic that if we, if it said it goes,
Yeah.
automatic 1% extra would go.
Just that 0.5 goes.
Yeah, I agree with keeping the 5% definitely, or 0.5% rather.
Well, while we're on taxes, all these home-based businesses, they don't pay any taxes when they do the stuff out of their house, right?
Well, they do apply for a business license and they have a business license tax. So we do have that, but it's only the application fee unless they generate over the $250,000 a year. So it depends on how much they're generating out of their home.
But they don't pay taxes like we do, like I do.
If it's a food, if it's food, they shouldn't they?
Correct. If they're serving food to eat on premise. If they're serving it to go away, then probably not. It would just be a retail sale.
So if they're delivering food or meals, I'm just curious, then they wouldn't have to pay the meal tax if
I
somebody's.
have to look. Actually, it depends. So one instance is when somebody who wants to go around town with a cart of prepackaged factory foods. So on that one, they're itinerant vendor, peddler, perishable.
Yeah.
They don't pay anything other than our fee for doing so. Now, if you do have like an at-home bakery, that's probably what you're talking about. That's
Yeah.
prepared food, so they would pay.
Or
Meals
somebody's
tax.
preparing meals and delivered meals.
Correct. Yeah. If it's packaged food for sale off premises, like factory packaged, then no, we do not charge a meals tax on that.
Was that the kind of business you were talking about, or?
Well, yeah, because I mean, so many home-based businesses now, way more than it was before. I mean, because when you go through there, there's like tons of people doing stuff out of their house now. And if they're not paying taxes like we are, then that's a lot of tax loss.
Well, it's also a planning and permitting issue
Yeah.
as well, because they're supposed to be applying for a permit to operate a business out of their home. So it becomes both a business license issue, and I walk next door to Mary and say, hey, did they get a permit to actually do this?
Yeah, or in zoning too, I guess, they'd have to be zoned properly.
Because like, I know when I first started, the health department would come to my house and inspect it and stuff and everything when I used to do cakes out of the house and how to get all of that stuff, but
That's
I mean,
correct.
not just picking on people that bake out of their houses, but I mean, there's a lot of other things that people do out of their houses and sell. But if we're not collecting taxes on it, I mean, that's a huge. Just like,
There's a homestead law, and I'm not super aware of it, but it like exempts some of the health department inspections, I think, for small sales. There's certain things that are associated with that, like poultry and eggs and small things, but Mike may be more aware of that than I am.
I'm not, I was just thinking the same thing that you just said, that the distinction between a prepared food and a food sale, where you're basically a grocer, it gets really, really complicated. But to your point, most are supposed to get, if you're selling prepared food, you're supposed to have the health department stuff. You're supposed to have a home occupation permit from Mary, and you're supposed to be paying your meals tax, again, which meals tax, bean poll tax can depend upon your size. So, but to your point, I would strongly suspect that there are people who are evading the rules or just aren't fully aware and are just going off and doing their own thing and getting away with it. But they're not supposed to. They're supposed to be under the same rules as a standalone establishment. again, a standalone establishment with similar receipts, which can vary.
Are we good? All right. What else y'all have? What page should I ask?
I'm sure we'll
We got
talk,
something on 68.
sure we'll talk, I'm sure we'll talk about it separately, but under on page 70, the recovered costs that we've been talking about with special events and stuff, you know, that we aren't kept, just like Bart said, we're not capturing, you know, the true cost of the events we're doing. You know, I think the PD, Tom's folks and everything are taking a big hit because we're only, if we're recovering anything, we're recovering 20%, right?
Per policy, yes.
Policy, so.
But what-
And do we recover 20%? We don't cover 20% like at Centerfest or those
Nope.
other events, is that right?
And then, I've got a spreadsheet, like I said, some of the biggest events, it's also within the policy, we don't recover anything from them.
Because I think you said it was like $27,000 we spent on Centerfest.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, the most recent figures I had from Public Works and Police, actually it was just Public Works. Centerfest cost $8,300. Now, police is in addition to that, and then we also had some one-time costs for electric, I know. But at a minimum, it's costing us $8,300,
Yeah, and then.
plus the $7,500 sponsorship.
Yeah. Well, and I guess, John, you pay some people overtime to work Centerfest too, correct?
Well, we haven't done it in the last year.
You haven't had to?
No,
okay.
but we used to have a crew up there in
Yes.
case they had problems. We installed a bunch of power boxes around for people to use. So last year, we just had, if something came up, the on-call guy would just come over, but no, we don't put a crew over there anymore like we used to.
That was back when I was still working, when you were doing that.
Back in the old days?
Back in the day.
Back in the old days, yeah.
Well, Bart, then, do you have any thoughts on if we raise that percent, what would be comparable, 50%? Or, I'm just throwing thoughts out there for discussion here. Would you-
I will tell you,
100%?
we didn't have a policy until 4 or 5 years ago. And then when we did, 20% was just a number that came out of thin air,
Yeah.
and that's what we adopted.
That's
So-
kind of what I thought.
Anything more would help us recover costs. I don't know how much impact it would have in terms of chasing events away if we said, well, actually, I will tell you, this came about a few years ago because there was somebody that wanted to have a 5K race on Memorial Day weekend. We calculated what the cost was, told them that, they didn't want to pay it, so I told them no. Then they came to council, not this council, and asked council for their answer, and council said no. But then the person came back and made an impassioned plea, and council said yes. So we ate that. The next year, that's what prompted this policy. So the next year, when I quoted them 20% of our cost for that, which was about 20% of our cost was like $300 or $400. They didn't want to pay it, but we had a policy. The issue is, whatever policy we adopt, it's like anything else. I'll enforce it, but they can always appeal to council.
And we have to go back to the policy,
Yes, we all should go back to code or policy, yes.
not that you feel sorry for it.
I mean, certainly 50% is reasonable. We could poll the ones that we deal with and ask them if 100% would chase them out. Again, the assumption is, I have this conversation in my house. Why did you charge Liberty High School a $50 fee for homecoming? Well, really, I should have charged them $180, but,
Well,
because it costs something.
well, and I think in today's changing times, and that's where we are, we have to always constantly reevaluate these things because we cannot continue to lose money, or at least that much. We're going to make donations here and there with, like the fireworks, and probably Centerfest, Christmas parade. But we should be able to recoup a larger amount. So give me y'all's thoughts.
So how much in all special event policies do we lose a year? But you told me about 60-some thousand.
Yeah, let me, I've got a, so when we figure in sponsorships as well, and we also pay D-Day, we spent $69,550 based on what the departments reported, and we recovered $8,200. We're planning to recover $8,200 of that. $7,500 is the county willing to pay for fireworks, some of it. So it's bordering on $70,000 in cost for what we provide in services.
And I know me and you had a discussion, we talked about fireworks too. I mean, that's a big chunk of money recently has come up where it used to be split between 3 different.
And the county is participating this year, Robert.
All right, good.
Robert and I, but I mean, and this year, since it's the 250th, is going to be a bigger show than normal, so. Having talked to the vendor, by the way, we also need to go through procurement with that. That cost should go down after 26, 27. And as long as we continue to play well with the county, they probably will help us out.
Yeah, and that's okay, that's good. I'm glad to see that relationship come back to some degree.
And for people who ask, we do have a really good working relationship with Bedford County and do not underestimate the value of that.
Yes, totally agree 100%. So, okay, let's, what are the biggies? The Centerfest, Christmas Parade, and fireworks?
Yes, let's see. Centerfest, again, if you throw in the sponsorship, it's $15,000. Christmas Parade's $4,300. The Peaks of Otter 5K race is $5,500. The Independence Day thing apparently is going to be self-supporting that Jonathan Hayden is doing.
Yeah.
He's not charging admission this time, he's got sponsorships. And the fireworks are going to be $35,000 in the budget, I think. Yeah. But that's typically they're $30,000 or less, and it's trended upward with costs lately.
Yeah, it used to be around 17,000. Yeah, it's gonna be double this year.
It's a bigger show, and they cost more because of things like tariffs and the Strait of Hormuz and shipping it from China.
For the events,
I just wanted to throw in, now we have the carnival.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, and we're still trying to peg that.
But
They did pay their calculated 20%.
I was going to say, we've passed some of those costs on to them, though. Yeah.
Yeah, the ones that currently we're at like 3,000 or something, does that sound right?
Well, my thinking is if you pull those 3 out, how much do you have left?
Oh, okay.
Left then?
Really, it's the homecoming parade, LHS, $750. So that's the baseline. Then if we have to shut down the loop for a 5K, that's about 2,000. So the range is anywhere from 750 to a couple thousand for individual events. The big ones, are, like I said, we just talked about.
So I got 2 things. One, I think your idea of polling and talking to each one is a good idea to see what would drive people away if it was too much. But the other thing is, and I think Mary could answer it, is there a lot of benefit to the town with these events and what the benefits are? Or could you quantify that at this point?
Without polling businesses to see if their sales go up on any given event day, go up, or if they go down, that's what for in the past that it actually doesn't help some when the street is closed and I don't get normal through traffic. So we can poll them and find out what the economic effect is.
Well, I know with us on Centerfest and Christmas Parade, we do triple like our normal sales. Because I'll order like double the food and stuff and everything, and there's been some of the times we've had to close at 1 and didn't even stay up at past 1 or 2 because we ran out.
But they were open.
So I mean, it does.
So
As
there
far
are
as our
benefits,
restaurants,
yeah.
then, because like Heather leaves the front of our store, she doesn't put anybody at Centerfest, our storefront stays open.
Yeah.
And we do really well for.
Yeah,
That's
it does,
because our
yeah.
prices, because food truck prices are more expensive than regular food. So it does help for that. The Christmas parade, before it starts, yes. Once the Christmas parade is over, it's a regular day. But then if you stay open for the tree lighting and all of that, then you got your people coming back in. So it does give you better sales, but you have to stay open for it.
So that, I would think that would be some of the stuff we would want to hear from all the businesses.
Well,
Sounds like it's beneficial to you to have the events.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, I'm like right there in the middle of it.
Yes.
So it could be different when you're off to the,
Some of these events that the town is sponsoring or co-sponsoring with other people.
Yeah, let me speak to that.
Could we,
Actually,
As opposed-
we don't really sponsor anything because we don't have a staff to do it. Anything. This kind of goes back to the argument too that, and maybe we say, there are other organizations that have events and our only involvement is we allow them to use the streets. Now, that said, we do pay sponsorships to organizations, currently the Central Virginia Business Coalition and the D-Day Memorial Foundation. So I just want to make that clear that
right.
we don't sponsor them because we don't really have anybody who can.
Understood, but the point of the question was, as opposed to paying a fee to be listed as a sponsor, those in-kind services that we pay, could that be used to offset whatever that sponsorship level may be?
We can ask. I think that's
Yeah,
a great
I think
idea.
that's a
I
great
will follow up.
And of course, the other option is, okay, if that's not good, then you're going to pay a third or
Yes.
half of the cost of our services.
Our costs are mainly in barricading the roads and the streets and all that.
Yeah, law enforcement.
Yeah, the law, yeah.
Public works,
We're
and
not
actually
really
we have
sponsoring anything.
the
We just-
cost that's not counted is the cost of the firefighters that are volunteers that are out there.
Correct.
Spending their time out there because
Yeah.
they don't get compensated for their time. They're just volunteering to be there.
Right.
And it's taken away from them from being able to respond to other calls and again, wearing them out and having them.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point in that, okay, if we can calculate the cost, or the poll probably is the right way to go first, but I dare say some may say, absolutely not, but you don't know. You need to get the poll, need to get the numbers.
But for the sponsors, that's a great idea. Yeah, we'll follow up on that as well.
Yeah,
Correct.
that is a great idea, Darryl.
Yeah.
And Chief Wills, it'd be interesting for you if you could calculate, so when we have special events, what the cost would be and for the manpower that you have out there. Yeah, because that'd be a good number to have, even though it's not a cost of us financially, but it's a cost on the manpower that you have and their ability to respond to the calls.
Theoretically, for something like that, that would be an overtime kind of thing, because you don't want to, we can't take services away from
Right.
emergency services, so you have to that cost.
And I'm sorry, let me just explain the process for any special event. Kind of comes through me first. The application form's in my office. Anybody that wants to do it fills it out. I then send that out to each department and ask them to evaluate that and calculate the cost. And I haven't been including the fire department, but you will be added to the distribution list. I compile those, well, I'm sorry, let me go back. There's a $50 application fee up front to cover our costs of just evaluating that, because everybody has to stop what they're doing and figure out schedules. Then we go back and calculate the total cost. I figure out 20% and send them a quote saying, this is what the event fee is. Once they pay that, we put it on the agenda, you approve it. If they don't pay the fee, then I'd tell them no, but then they could still come and ask it.
And we got to say no.
Yeah. We gotta stick with what's the policy.
Correct, that's what I'm saying.
We gotta let Mr. Warner do his job.
We got to support him. Yep. Yes. Or should, yes. Yeah. So what's the flavor? I mean, y'all want the polling, or what direction do we want to go here?
Well, I think gathering information is always, always advantage. So.
Okay. Is that okay?
Yep, we can do that this week.
All right. Carry on. What's next?
I didn't know if Dave had.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave.
No, I got it. No,
Dave, yes.
it's-
We got.
It's human. Polling's fine. Human nature, if I'm a business and you say, hey, would you pay 100% or would you leave? I'll leave. And,
That's what I was getting at.
yeah, and so it's like, so the polling to me is gonna be not even beneficial.
Well, I think
Maybe
that, I
not
think
accurate.
it's the other side of the polling too, that we have, that Mary can do to find out what benefits there are to the businesses
Well,
in
that's-
the community.
My part's easy, I'll know when Mary can.
Yeah, her part's gonna be more difficult.
See,
That's
see,
fine.
see, they're gonna say to Mary, are you serious?
Well, some of them may say there's no benefit, I would think. They're gonna be saying, some would say there's none. And then others, like Jay, are gonna say there's some, and that's where we gotta find the balance of where it is in there.
It's,
That's the game you play with any poll,
No.
the accuracy of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I know.
but it's a good start. I mean, and then you're exactly right, though. Then you have to analyze it and see the accuracy of it.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. I mean, because we gotta start somewhere and figure out where we're gonna go from there. I mean, if you know, we could always say we're gonna charge 100% for whatever, every event, but then we might not have any events in town after that.
I do agree that, yeah, I think we're on the right track, Bart's on the right track in that we've got to figure out, okay, where are we losing money and how much is too much? And then tighten the budget, tighten the belt a little bit to where, stop the bleeding as much as we can.
Yeah.
Without stopping events.
Well, exactly, that's where I was thinking. Because because I do think there are benefits to the events, even though it may not sound like it when I'm saying the things I'm saying. I think the community benefits and the town benefits from the marketing of the events and people seeing the town while they're here. I think there's a benefit to that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. We don't want to seem like a Grinch and nobody wants to
Yeah,
come
exactly.
here.
So I'm asking these questions not as a person that's saying there are benefits, but how much, so we can try to quantify some of it. Is what I was trying to think of.
Only thing I'm gonna say about the thing, we do talk about this, you know, there was one person said they're not gonna charge any fees this year on one event, but all the other events, there's fees, entry fees, registration fees,
Yeah.
and then that group makes that money from that.
Yeah, do we gain any tax advantage from that when there's people charging to enter the events and we don't have? I'm just curious,
I have to look at our code. We haven't been charging an admissions tax now.
but we don't have, do we have one in the books for, or is there one, do we have an ordinance for
I
admissions?
don't believe.
Is there a tax goes up fall?
Yeah, yeah. Or do we need to create one?
So certain events charge an admission fee. Can we get some of that benefit?
Yeah, that's
I'm
exactly.
paraphrasing,
We
but
don't
that's.
have an admissions tax in the books, and I'm aware.
I mean, we could have an admissions tax.
Yeah,
But then it's also tricky, because if they're a nonprofit, a lot of times they're exempt from admissions tax if the nonprofit agency is putting on the event. Or school, you get into the school situation.
That's a good proportion of,
Yeah, I will tell you, Liberty High School wasn't happy about paying $50. I thought I'd bankrupted some.
well, we wouldn't charge the nonprofits then, but then that would at least, honestly, it might drive more nonprofits to doing the events, but then it would benefit the nonprofits and may not need it may help them. So, I mean, because I know there are some events that are privately funded that are still out there, that are still charging for admissions. The carnival could be one of them if they charge for admissions of the carnival.
I think they used to years back when it was at the JC field, they
Yeah.
charged admission, but that's long gone.
Yeah.
Is it appropriate to mention that we're, in our engagement with the carnival, we're talking about them providing some benefits to the facility?
Well, yeah, please do, yeah.
Because in that so the Bedford Carnival first instance was last year at Liberty Lake Park. They're coming again. They've talked to us about a long-term arrangement at Liberty Lake Park and making some improvements to the facilities they use that would exist permanently and benefit us and benefit our maintenance efforts. So just wanted to make you aware that there's another, we have repeat customers. We've also executed, I'm going off topic a little bit, also executed an MOU with County Rec wherein they're the most consistent user of the fields. They're going to step up more with maintenance to offset our costs. there's an idea that somebody has about duplicating something like Illuminites on our trail, we can engage them to fix the trail and maintain it. That's different than the fee discussion, but I just want you to be aware that part of our attempt to reduce our maintenance and capital cost relates to following up on these relationships where we
And
can.
I will follow up on that, in that Tom and I met with Joy Powers and what was the other lady's?
Carolyn Fellers.
Carolyn Fellers, several months back about the county fair. Very good meeting. And they went off on these ideas. They would like some kind of building in the future, and not just a building where you put up and take down. A metal building to put all their things in, their arts, their crafts, different things to expand the county fair. And so they talked about partnering with the town on these things, which Jonathan Hayden also said that, about the land that we currently own and are not doing anything with. Talked about additional parking, additional ideas on that. So there are ideas out there that they are serious about.
And we could capture that as an in-kind cost on
That's
their
right.
part,
Right.
follow up on Daryl's
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
That's why I brought it
Yeah,
up.
so, yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and
Paul.
that's what I would say was an in-kind cost. I
Yeah.
think that would cover.
Yeah, but that's what I've been saying about that a lot of these things, if we can get partners to go in with us and help out, not the town go it alone, that's kind of what we're looking for. And with Jonathan and his group there, they are more than willing to help out or do what they can. We just need to get someone, as I said earlier, to start driving that and moving forward and seeing what we can or cannot do.
And I think all these partners we're talking about really do benefit the town.
They-
So
absolutely.
Those events that
No,
some.
no doubt, they do. You're right. Yeah. So I'm glad you mentioned that. What else? Deborah's back there pointing to the hall. Do you all want to finish this one and then go eat, or what else on the financials, or do you want to ask, or what's on your mind?
Finish this section.
Yeah, finish it up.
Yeah, let's finish it before we eat.
Been saying all that.
Your stomach must be growling.
No, I might actually, you've covered everything that I had, my notes on that. So, yeah. I guess,
I mean, anything that y'all think about later, we can come back to.
I guess the only question I'd have, Ann, just as a point of clarification, was on page 71, the refuge collection piece, the building. I know the trend shows it down at 26, but I'm guessing that's due to getting out of commercial
Correct,
business.
exactly. And I'll say the decrease in the fee is a lot less than the decrease in the cost.
All right. We're at page 72. Seventy-three? 74, 75? As I said, anything we can come back to if y'all want to, but, Stacy, you got anything? You okay? I'm good. You good?
I can ask one question. if you really want to.
Please do. We got till 12.
It they won't take that long. It is, on 74 and the proposed 27, I mean, the contingency, will that, I mean, if we are in a perfect world this year, nothing goes wrong, we just roll that over as a general fund thing?
That's the hope, and almost all of that is either debt funding that's planned in the general fund, solid waste fund, and then the electric fund has a healthy contingency this year.
And that's all I have.
For now. For right now. All right, anything on 75, page 75? All right, then the next one, when we come back, will be the CIP, Capital Improvement Program. Everybody good? Yep. Then let's break for lunch. Till 12:30. too, right? We were fast tracking.
Daryl and I discussed everything else in between.
Yeah. I think we left off page 170, oh, excuse me, 176, 76. Real quick, Mary is back. If you all have any questions about...
Are you enjoying your meal, ma'am?
If you have any questions about community development, we'll wait till she's finished and then ask her any questions that you all have. I think Mark pretty much answered it. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. I
Mark
think
did a great job.
He did a great job for you, Mary. All right, I think we left off on page 76. Moving forward, capital improvement programs. Let's go.
Yeah, there's not a lot. But there's a lot to talk about in the future. One thing I just want to mention strategically, just going down the list, in Public Works, we're looking at doing some work in the parks in two places. One is Beulah Payne Park. We have to do that. There's some legal obligations related to when we took over ownership of that we're wrapping up. Talking about the Liberty Park restrooms, Tom and I have talked about this, and here, want to share our approach to that. The idea of porta-johns, nobody really likes, including us. So we're talking about the idea of maybe constructing permanent facilities that, okay, they're restrooms with water fountain facilities at each kind of pod or sector of the park. And the first one we've talked about is, up by the tennis courts and the playground up top. Doing that, figuring out how this works, doing it 1 year, not to be, one seater each side, that kind of thing. Then maybe the next year doing it at Field 1, and the next year at Field 2, and maybe next year down at the pavilion by the lake. Kind of incrementally, as we can afford it, respond to some of the concerns of the public that frankly we have too. And restrooms were things we heard about. Mm-hmm. So that's our approach to it. And Tom, you jump up and smack me if I said something wrong.
I'm not sure I missed the first part of that. Are you talking about permanent?
Permanent, yeah,
Okay.
something, yeah, with running water and.
Yeah, right, okay.
Probably
Yeah, no,
electricity.
I think that's a great idea, great thought, and we need to,
Now, we don't know what that looks like yet. We're looking at modular options, obviously, so.
Yeah, I'll just jump in. There are some modulars that operate like a porta-john. And I had already talked to Brad Bays, who utilizes, maintains the porta-johns we have, where the truck comes in, cleans it out, that kind of thing. But they are a building, though. They just don't have water and the sewer lines that have to be run to them. They're self-contained. But it's a building, it's not a porta-john like a plastic. So it's, it's upscale, but no water needs to be run to it because, frankly, we were talking about, that'd be the preference, but that's gonna cost quite a bit,
Yes.
especially per unit. I'll give you another example. There was a standalone water fountain by the tennis courts, and that was there. It's been existing for years, but wasn't working. We started researching and getting into it. We found where the valve was. The valve was shut off. So we turned it on and the thing started spraying out. So, we get farther into it. Long story short, it needs to be replaced. The components that are underground are either worn out or rusted out or whatever. A standalone, the cheapest standalone water fountain that I can find, and I've had WIT look into it, I've had Select Air look into it, and I looked into it myself. The cheapest one I can find is $9,000, just for a standalone water fountain. And from the two contractors, it was much more now, it's closer to $15,000. So that's why that's going undone right now, because $10 grand for a water fountain is hard to justify. But yeah, we're gonna do something. But like I said, it's the cost, it's a little cost prohibitive to run the water and the sewer lines and all that. So we were looking at other options. So The cost for a standalone self-contained unit is much less, still.
May I speak of it, turn? Do we have defibrillators at our parks?
No, sir.
That's gonna be required.
Yeah, that was a discussion that came up, not long ago, about our lack of, throughout the whole city, you know, or town, so, yes, sir, that's something else we're having right there.
So on these modules, do you have to run power to them, have lights in them?
You can, a couple of them were solar powered, but power was, I believe, in my opinion, my humble opinion, I think getting power to it would be much easier, wouldn't be much of an issue, because we do have power up there with some street lights and some other things, and at the buildings. So running power to it, I don't think would be a big deal, but yes, sir, it would be able to be utilized at nighttime. Yeah.
Sounds good. I know, we get criticized at times for what's down there, but I know our granddaughter is playing lacrosse, and we go to big parks in Lynchburg and Roanoke, and they have the porta johns there, so they are everywhere.
Yeah, porta johns are, when you really need it, they're handy, but.
And that's what you're looking
but
for.
Like I said, with the standalone unit, I talked to Brad Baines, because they utilize those, but he said he'd never heard of such a thing, and it was something I found online. But he goes, sure, he goes, if it's got a holding tank and that kind of, he goes, why not? He goes, it's no different than what we do now with the small unit, so.
Yeah. And I've never seen this, but I know some of the guys that did storm restoration out of state talked about it. There were some that had full running water, electricity, everything in there, just like a normal toilet. And it's very, it's a lot of different things out there, depending on what you want to spend.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So I jumped ahead a little bit. With the parks, that was the one thing that we heard consistently, and
Yes.
we are working to address. Now, there are several things in the CIP that we're looking to fund through short-term financing. And I'm going to speak to this Tuesday at the council meeting for the benefit of the public, but to let you know where we are on this building. Thompson Linden is coming up with 2 potential options for air conditioning. One is replacing a water chiller system like the one we have. The other is use of mini splits, multiple mini split units. They recommend the mini splits. Tom and I like the mini splits. The issue with the mini splits is, trying to get an answer on this, but I think we already know it, they're going to go on the roof.
He did send us an email last night.
Okay.
I meant to respond to you. In short, he said that they are doing everything they can do to avoid the roof now.
Okay.
But if it was a necessity, that they would go to Senbar, who did the roof and has the warranty on it.
Thank you.
And explain and work with them. So if they did go on the roof, Senbar could have a rep, or they could have an agreement as to what work could be done without negating the warranty.
Oh, okay.
So they're willing to work with them.
Okay.
But yes, we just got that from Barry last night.
So, ready to present that to you all for action, but before we want to make sure we had all the detail. Obviously, in solving one problem with the HVAC, we don't want to create another with the roof that we just paid $30,000
Yes,
to.
37.
Also, want to make sure we get a full view of how things are working. You gave us $30,000 to implement a temporary solution, which has not been installed yet, but I will tell you from my perspective, if that works and carries us through the summer, that stretches out our time on moving forward on all the replacement. And also defers the payments a little bit too, so. I'm not dragging my feet, but I'm trying to be responsible with the temporary solution as well as the long-term solution. And I'll explain all this Tuesday as well, but since we still estimate $2.5 million for all the HVAC, all the electrical work, and what we might be borrowing, so. And then there are several other things, including a couple of capital items related to solid waste. So I think it might be appropriate, I know it's a solid waste fund discussion, but to talk about the transfer station, and then also to talk about these other things in light of our residential service. Because in our conversations with the one respondent for the franchise, they've asked if we would consider contracting out at least a portion of our residential trash pickup service. And I'm sorry, this is a lot to throw at you this morning based on that, but it could inform some other things. And I guess the first thing is, can we talk about closing the transfer station as soon as possible? You will get yelled at for that by people who use it, but as I said at the beginning of the meeting, that's a straight up duplication of services. We are spending at least $100,000 in expenditures related to it, probably more like 150.
And we have huge capital items lingering if we want to continue to use it.
And we don't need it.
So we'd close the station and in the interim before possibly the franchisee would come in, is that what you're saying?
Well, what we're hearing from the franchisee is they don't really think the only way they have a use for it is if they can use it in conjunction with another service that they're not currently providing.
It doesn't make money, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any more money for them than it would for us. That's kind of what we
I mean,
are.
I like taking stuff over there, but it doesn't make sense for the town in general to keep it open and then start incurring the costs for the roll-on, roll-offs you need and those other things that we're gonna have to buy to keep it going, so.
And if you go just a couple more miles, you're paying taxes to use a pretty nice facility in Falling Creek.
Yeah.
So are you wanting us to make a decision?
I offer some guidance because, well, this helps in our negotiation with the person interested in the franchise too, because part of our leverage is we don't need it. But if they need it in conjunction with something else, that's the guidance. So it's kind of like when we negotiate some things with reversion. We have to establish a position first off that we know we can defend. The next question is, do you want to talk about residential service?
Well, first, I would be with Dave if it's costing us money, let's just close it, because I go out to the county. I don't come to the town to drop my trash off. I go out to the county landfill and drop all mine off, because it's a service that the county provides to me for my taxes.
Yes.
Can I ask a question? Right now, the poles that we remove from service, we take to the transfer station. And theoretically, they were ground up or whatever. We didn't want to have the liability of giving them out to the public. So if you close it, that means we have to go to the county landfill. Are they going to, you remember they were barking about, oh, you're using commercial out here.
Yes.
Is that going to jeopardize our situation with them?
Well, that's, what you're talking about though is commercial waste,
Yeah.
by any definition. We resolved that by getting out of the commercial business.
Yeah.
You would have to pay for what you drop
But
off.
what you took, yes. Now, does that cost outweigh the savings is the question.
Yeah, okay. And
We don't
there's
think so.
There's other material that we do that with as well. So I guess we just reroute to the county.
Or somewhere else if it's more efficient.
Correct.
Probably the county.
And then also, like if we're cutting a tree, we take the logs from the tree over there. Most of the time, we used to try and work with a property owner if he says, oh yeah, I want the logs, but then they sit there for 6 months and the neighbors start complaining, and so we stopped doing that. So we're kind of in a situation where we do cut quite a few trees. We end up taking to landfill and.
Brush grinding is a separate conversation we can have.
That would be I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to, when currently we contract out brush grinding services to Bedford Movers. So we have a contract with them. It could be possibility that either we allow them to still continue to grind on that site even though it's closed. The owner of Bedford, Jimmy Andrews, has property throughout. Maybe he would do something else where we could deliver brush. I mean, it still would become an issue for my department as well, because unless you deem it otherwise, we still have to pick up brush and have to deliver it, either to the county or wherever. Because the gentleman who put in the RFP doesn't do brush.
Yeah.
So that would be a factor, and as well as leaf pickup. So that'd be another consideration. But I just wanted to throw that out there. that we do contract out that grinding service, so I think there is something that could be worked out. But
I would say close it, because you're taking money and put it towards something else that we need to focus on.
750,000?
Yeah, I was gonna point that
Yeah.
out.
I mean, that is included in the budget at this point, is disposal being zeroed out.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same line, duplication of services, but back to the brush. Okay, would we, if we continue doing that with Jimmy Andrews, then would there, how would that work? Would
We
the-
don't need the transfer station to continue brush round.
Okay. So we could still take loads of brush through the gate there and not weigh it, or?
Well, I mean,
Those are the,
we could work something out.
we haven't gotten that far.
yeah, okay, I'm
So
just,
that would be something we have to.
yeah, that's where I'm going.
We'd work that out with our
Those are the
contractor.
little pieces of the puzzle to be
But you can
worked
still
out.
take brush out to the county too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. And if it's
I think
residential,
brush
for
out
sure.
there.
but I'm talking.
It's residential, for
Yes,
sure.
sir.
Yeah, some of these larger landscaping companies take it out there or to our landfill and dump it, but they're weighed
But,
and
yeah.
they pay.
Well, but if it's a landscaping company, then that's going back to, it's not residential trash, it's
Commercial.
commercial.
Also, just saying
E-
this,
Even though they're doing it for residential
They're
property.
getting paid to do it.
Yeah,
It's commercial.
If I can throw in, according to our ordinance, any work that a contracted landscaper does on somebody's property, they are responsible to remove.
yeah, okay,
So, I mean.
It's commercial.
okay.
so also you look at, we go down to solid waste, we're gonna have to buy a garbage truck too, so that's $400,000.
Minimum.
Yeah,
Yep, you're right. And I did put in this year on the CIP, for a new garbage truck, it's definitely needed. Especially with 800 new homes coming in here.
So do we need to have that discussion about residential trash now?
We do, I just don't know if we want to do that right now.
Yep.
Well, I think that's part of what you were talking about.
Yeah, the transfer station, if there's
It's
consensus
perfect.
on that, and again, we will take formal action in the meeting to give appropriate notice and discontinue service, but
okay.
we'll continue down that track and for budgeting purposes, assume we're doing that. Now, residential, yeah, that, given the fact that the person we're negotiating with brought it up, we would like to talk about that, but I know you've got a lot of other things on your plate, so. We're prepared to talk about that part today, but it's up to you.
Well, since we've got to page 132 already, then,
Well, I mean, it's,
why not?
Hey, where do you gotta go? You just gotta get people here to be with.
Now, currently, and I'll just tell you, with the fees we're collecting and what we're charging, we're covering our costs. But we know that if we stay in that business, we got capital things coming down the pike.
But isn't that a conversation that we should have after because if we negotiate to get rid of it now and we don't make that if we decide we want to get rid of it and we don't build that get to who you're negotiating with to do it,
Correct.
then we're stuck.
You're right.
Yeah.
So I think I don't think that's.
That's why I said, if you're
That's
not,
why
I think that's when we
What-
work, let you do your part and you bring it back to us.
we have the
One step
transfer
at a
station
time.
part covered, and now we
Yeah,
can,
That's my thought, yeah.
perfect. Just didn't know if you wanted to get ahead.
I think it's something that you need to talk and then bring it back to us.
Yeah.
But I don't want to make a decision on it until so we don't make a decision and we don't have somewhere to go.
Until we're sure all the moving parts are in
Yeah.
place.
So the garbage truck that we have in this year's budget, shall we, excuse me, Tom, defer for another year? Because we will not have that answer by July 1, I'll tell you.
Will the current one last another year?
I mean,
Okay,
There'll be maintenance.
hopefully, I mean, I got some excellent mechanics, we do have 3 trucks, we do have backup for it, so yeah, I don't see that as a problem.
okay.
But I will, just to be upfront, I'm concerned with how fast the new homes are coming in and the new residents. The first phase of Easton Crossing, almost daily,
Oh, yeah.
we're getting a new customer. And it's
Yeah.
And like we were talking, like you all were talking earlier, change, and it's changing rapidly.
Oh, it's here.
And so when I, even from a year ago, when I started here, it's already different. You know, we've had to add, you know, quite a bit. On Mondays, I now have to have one of the secondary trucks, a whole nother crew to go out, a second crew to go out to help, just so we can get it in the 8 hours in the day, you know, the requirements, just to fill the requirement. So change is happening, so I'm just trying to, and it's just gonna get busier.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I mean,
And that's where I come down with the trucks. They're fairly worn out now, and with the, you know, it's just not gonna get better, but yes, I think another year.
Okay.
I was gonna say, because it's either defer it or could we hold it until a decision's made? Leave it there until a decision's made?
The challenge is we were gonna fund it with debt, and so
Okay.
if you're gonna issue
So-
debt, you wanna issue.
Yeah, then you would,
bonds.
yeah, then it's, yeah, then I'd say it's deferred then.
Yeah, defer another year. Gosh, how long would it take to get a truck like that in your team?
Well,
Yeah,
that's true, too.
that's a good question. I'd say at least 6 months.
Oh, I was thinking a year or more.
Well, I'm trying to be
Yeah.
optimistic. You know, and depending on requirements, I mean, if I said, hey, I just need a side load guard,
Yeah.
they might, you know, there might be one available. If I get specific with it, special order. that kind of thing.
What, do you anticipate any type of major
should.
price increase from the 400,000 to next year?
I would anticipate, yes, sir, to be on that, to be, yeah, and I'm a negative person by nature. So, yeah, I fully expect that, especially with.
That's why he's here.
That's called being
Oh,
a
I'm
realist.
happy to admit it. If it's bad, it's gonna happen.
So, yeah, but,
So if we defer, we're actually deferring for 2 years. We defer the decision for a year, and it's gonna take a year to get a garbage truck, then we're deferring.
but
So
if
we
we
need
don't
to-
defer, what will we do with the new garbage truck?
No, I'm not,
Yeah, no, I
just
know.
arguing, I'm
Yeah.
just
That's
saying.
procedurally, yeah, we would push it out a year and encumber it, but it might not get there till the following year, if we do.
If you put
Yeah, I
your
mean,
car-
if we have a new truck, then what are we gonna do with it?
You could wind up with your first debt service payment,
Just
just
so-
128.
That's true.
It's not a
It's
big
until
And
next
still be on the
So
roll.
we're okay with
I mean, there
possibly
are,
closing the transfer
there are
station,
other
but
equipment,
this
like-
discussion is on contracting residential service.
Right, and we don't wanna make a decision on that until we, yeah,
Yes,
the details.
I agree.
yeah,
with
till
that.
we have the details.
I agree.
So y'all defer?
I'm fine with that.
What?
and most of it's public works equipment.
Defer. Y'all
It's a flatbed, a gravel bucket,
defer.
roll-off dumpsters, and then the one we would need police department put on is they have in-car and body camera system for 300,000. I'm guessing they need to order sooner rather than later. I'm not 100% sure.
But Vice Mayor, I just wanted to let you know, I do have firsthand knowledge from a colleague who does that in Brad Hayes. And he said that the price, he is currently, you know, he purchases new trucks all the time. And he said, yeah, he's seen a significant increase over the past year.
So significant, would that be 25 grand or?
Yeah, I'd say.
Okay, so I just know what I know what I'm looking at, that's all.
But he's moving towards the one-arm, what they call one-arm bandit, it's a single operator, which are typically more, but with the lack of staffing that he has.
It's the
and
new ones that are
difficulty he
breaking
has in getting them.
Just a guy, right?
That's what he's
You have to
moving
try
towards,
back out.
so. But he said he did see it right.
Okay.
It's all going up. It's going to increase. It's not coming down.
No, sir.
Yeah.
It's not a question of if, it's how much.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
my first tour of duty on the town council, we ordered the first ladder truck, like 750,000. How much is it now?
Yeah, well,
A million?
Yeah, see, it's not coming down.
That's 5 years to get it.
What?
You said it takes 5 years to get it after you sign it.
Yeah, so I remember 750,000. Wasn't sure where that was coming from. Yeah, so it's not coming down.
But, yeah.
So yeah, y'all okay deferring?
Yeah, I think we are.
Okay. Did we get?
Were there any other pieces of equipment that would be related to this also, that we would
I
need
did
to defer?
request a roll-off truck, which is typically, you know, for the roll-off dumpsters for trash. A gravel bucket truck, which is primarily for brush, but we do utilize it for the large trees and also during the cleanup, weeds, that kind of thing.
Well, I would think I think that would be something you could use immediately.
Oh, no, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I was thinking of the ones that were related to the residential.
But specifically the residential the trash truck.
That's the only thing, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, what's next?
I do have, I know you've got more on the, do you want to kind of info us on the CIP?
Well, I was gonna say, do you have any, you've got it, I was gonna say, you got it before you. There are several items that we're gonna fund with short-term debt, then there still are several items that we're gonna pay cash for in all funds. So any questions about any of those,
What are we paying cash for?
so anything in proposed fiscal year 2027 is, for lack of a better term, cash. Anything in debt funding is the borrowing.
Now, we're on the proposed agenda for this week, there's the approval of the fuel control system. Is that going to now be a FY '26 fund instead of 27?
Yeah. We had to move it up because.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, it's, we need it. There's 17,000.
Admin's doing them all by hand, I believe.
That's okay, it's 17,000 is good. I mean, we're paying for it this year, but.
One thing we've talked about this, and I know it's gonna have to be done at some point. The downtown electrical underground service, at what point are we going to get that in the budget and start that, or is it already in here? And I didn't see it, because that is failing at different times, is it not?
Well, I'm going to defer to John on how it's actually functioning. I mean, we know a lot of the underground electric was put there like in the mid-'80s.
Yeah, it's still functioning. Generally, it's either works or it doesn't work. So one day it looks good, the next day it doesn't.
Maybe I was too harsh.
But when we get to our budget, we do have some underground circuit replacement. We figure we work it into that over the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Well, and somewhat related to that, we are going to go, where the sidewalks are showing aggregate in certain places downtown, we are going to proceed this spring with sealing those, so that hazard's addressed. And the main reason we're doing that is we didn't want to replace sidewalks that might be taken up not too soon in the future, but it's all related.
Okay. Sorry. Can I jump in?
It's always good.
Thank you, sir. May I have
didn't know
another?
if Bart was done. I just wanted to, so the, like for the building and grounds for the town, or for the town building grounds, the $2.5 million we're looking at, I guess, for the municipal building. The stuff that's requested in FY '28, I thought, man, maybe I just misunderstood, but I thought one of the things we mentioned about when we do the municipal building, we were going to look at rolling as much as we could into it, so we would have that cost one time and not in 20 later, so I didn't.
I mean, its main concern is our debt capacity is that it can issue $2.5 million without exceeding the payment we currently have budgeted. So we now, in our discussions with the engineering firm, feel like 2.5 is just going to cover electrical and the HVAC. And we're not going to have a lot of extra.
Okay.
No
All right,
windows?
That's fair, I just wanted to make sure that was.
No new windows or anything?
I'll defer to Bart, but if there's room, if
Probably
they
not.
come down in price, we'll throw it in.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to, for me, just get clarity on that. I mean, this is another thing for the toilets out at the park. I mean, I don't, I know in the park service, not that you'd want to, but you can make it really nice. They have those compositing toilets that, are just as a thought. And then I think, for me at least, part of the discussion on some of the capital improvement goes back to what Tom had been mentioned and others have mentioned, is levels of service. I mean, we have in 28, we have an automated leaf collection truck and some other things that we do as a service to the community, which is nice. But as he has said, with new buildings and new homes coming online, he barely has enough to keep up with trash collecting. So I think we actually at some point have to have a discussion on what levels of service we maintain and what we don't.
Well, I think that goes back a lot to duplication of services, going back and figuring out what we want to continue doing and what
Right.
the county is currently doing that we can take advantage of,
Yeah.
and the residents mainly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like Todd said, I mean, we can take our brush to the county, but a lot of people, homeowners will cut it, put it at the edge of the road, so people come and pick it up. Is that something we do and continue to do, let him do it? And does he have the people, those are things I just think they're nice and they are definitely benefits, but we have to have that discussion if we're able to keep that up or not.
But I totally agree with you, that plus the spring and fall cleanup, are they things we want to continue to do? I mean, that costs us money.
Hey,
Yes.
That's just real quick, I mean, that's gonna be part of the presentation I give you. I'm gonna give you guys
Go
some
ahead.
numbers on that.
You going to shock us?
Maybe not shock, I just want you to be aware of what is happening during those cleanups, I should
Yeah.
say, to try to put it nicely.
Yeah, but no, Dave, I think you're on the right path there, and that we have to continue to look at what do we want to continue doing, but what is it someone else can do better at the same cost or cheaper? But what are some of the things we need to get out of? And yeah, it's kind of like years back, closing the landfill on Saturday was a big shock to some people, but they got over it. So, we just have to make those decisions at some point in time. But you're right, we have to look at them.
And I think,
Well, it's either that or major tax increases.
Bingo.
yeah, you gotta do something.
That's right, you have to weigh the options. You're right, correct. One thing, I know there's a clear answer to this. On page 80, Mary, on community development, future planning, 24 is $184, 25, $44,000, and 26, $35,000. What does that include?
What page are you on again?
On page 80,
That's your comp plan.
it says future planning. Oh, that's the comp plan?
Should be done with that.
Okay, good.
This reflects your past expenditures of the closed
Yeah.
that project, so,
Yeah, that crossed my mind, but I wanted to be sure. Thank you. All right, what else y'all have? What page are we on now? Where do we want to go? Continue on
Well,
81?
I'll give you a comfort level that's all I had in this section.
What else did the rest of y'all have? What did you have, Stacy? What page?
Just looking right now.
Okay.
The dredging of Liberty Lake, is that next year or year after? Okay.
It'd be a good thing to do.
He needs it, doesn't it?
Of course, we also have a drainage issue with a neighbor that's contributing to that, but
I mean, realistically too, Tom, do you think 100,000 is, with permitting, that's probably just permits and everything?
It may, but yes, the 100 grand.
let's put this on the radar so you know it's an issue.
That's a placeholder.
Yeah. That won't cost you anything next year, but we want you to be aware of it.
I mean, it's easily, at least my experience is $1.5, $2 million.
Okay, moving on.
Wet blanket.
You rained on my parade. All right. 82.
I do have one right here.
What page are you on?
Page 82.
82.
It's in the middle of the page of the supervision engineering, $425,000. Is that for you, John, the electric truck, or?
Where are we here?
The replacement truck next year.
Page 82. Oh, yeah. Actually, we have 2 trucks that we ordered. I thought we had one in the previous year as well. Yeah, that's a truck, a large bucket truck. It's replacing one that's, 18 years old, and it's worn out.
So what truck are we replacing?
A large bucket truck. It's the one that Jeff Furr drives, basically.
So did we ever sell in our trucks at surplus or anything like that? 'Cause I know we got rid of some other vehicles.
The last few we've sent to auction, when we were done with them. The last one we sent, I think we got $20,000, $22,000 for it. So we have one kind of surplus truck. It's a, what we call a line truck, which is a digger derrick truck. And right now, it's so old that we can't get Altech to certify it anymore. So we use it to tow, basically. If we have a large load to tow, that's what we use that for. Do we want to keep it? If it starts costing us money, we'll send it to auction.
So this is just replacing one truck, right?
That's replacing one truck, but we do, I thought we had another truck in here from previous year, because we not only have that one coming, which we just got the invoice for $440,000.
That's down here. It's on the next page, 419,700 service truck.
Okay, yeah. That is, and then we also have what we call small bucket truck. Both of these trucks were ordered, the large bucket truck was ordered 5 years ago, and then the small was ordered 4 years ago. So we were hoping, expecting both to be delivered in budget year 27, but it looks like the first truck is actually ready. So that may come before the end of this year, and that was $419,000 was in the budget, and that has come in at $440,000.
Both of these really should be in transmission distribution. I think that's the question.
Oh, well, they're capital items, but, yeah.
So my question to you is, we got a lot of things going on this year. We got that $750,000 coming up we're gonna not have next year or whatever. There's a truck that you're replacing with that, just like we asked Tom about the trash truck, but that truck that you're replacing will that last another year or so? Because you remember a couple of years ago, we split the payments instead of doing a 420.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use 450, and we split it half. It gave you half one year, you went on ordered a truck.
Yeah.
And he gave you the other half next time when the truck came in, a year or so later or whatever.
Yeah, because of the lead time of these things, and they're finally becoming available, I wouldn't suggest that we defer them. If I had to defer something, I'd defer something else other than these two trucks because of the long lead time. We had to get our place in line 5 years ago. If we give it up and say, no, we don't want it, it'll be another 5 years till we can replace it.
I think it's a little different here with the garbage truck, in that we're looking to possibly get out of that business, whereas I don't think we're going to get out of the electrical business anytime soon, but they wear out very quickly, and a truck like that, you have to piecemeal together, and you end up spending a lot more money on it than you normally would if you just send it to auction or replace it.
This one's also PAYGO cash funded instead of debt funded as well.
Yeah, so, you can see it's been in was in the budget last year, which was approved, and this year's, it's just a matter of timing for us when they become available and the lead time that we have to plan for to get them. So I would suspect that we know the big bucket truck that we have that we're replacing, we'll probably send that to auction because it's worn out. It's probably not worth keeping. The small bucket truck we're replacing, we'll probably hang on to that for a little while because it's still somewhat usable, but it's not becoming a frontline truck anymore. It's got to be relegated to a part-time situation. So, and that truck is 11 years old, or 12 years old.
What is the average lifespan on the utility trucks?
I know that APCO replaces every 7 years.
I thought it was less than 10.
Or maybe even less than that. So we're talking about 11 to 18 years that we're getting out of trucks, which is a lot more
Well,
than
they have
most
a lot bigger
everybody.
territory to serve also.
Yeah, and our trucks get beat up, and when you're working up in Big Island or around there, it's a different world than being down here.
We depreciate it every 7 years.
Where are we?
Any more CIP questions? Are y'all ready for general fund or not? Y'all aren't going line by line, are you?
No.
There might be a couple of questions, line items, not on general fund.
Okay, y'all wanna go, y'all ready for general fund? Let's roll. All right, general fund. All right. What do y'all have?
I'm gonna let somebody speak else.
But you're leading the pack, Dave, don't stop.
On comments, maybe.
I'm just curious about I think it was the retail sales, actually. Is it the retail sales?
What page?
It's on page.
89.
89. It's the revenues, yeah, I was looking at
Okay.
the revenues, where we're projecting it dropping a little bit.
We did, because we have one retailer that was reclassified as a wholesaler.
Okay,
So that dropped the revenue quite a bit. But I will say, based on budget amounts that we currently have, so we proposed the budget, but it's due in March. We collected a lot of times through April, but we've now billed everything today. We have billed out retail sales of $450,000. So that's a big difference. So you do have a surplus in that line item
Okay.
based on what we've billed out this year.
Other, in the same vein, on the same page, the question I had was, I mean, and then I may be coming late to but the payments from the Water Authority, it was almost $500,000 through until 27. What was that?
That's reimbursing us for general obligation debt. That was for water and sewer lines that we couldn't assign to them. It's fully paid now, so the debt also dropped off on the expense.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's a one-for-one.
All right.
Of course, above that, when is voluntary settlement agreement, we are working on a plan for that, tentatively, something that may be workable.
In progress.
Good answer. All right. Page 90. $91.
I did have a question on that. I don't want to beat up, but I just, so it seems like, and Jim, sorry, I'm going to beat you up a little bit, but it seems like the court fines and forfeitures, I mean, I don't know if it's tickets or whatever, but it seems like it's on a downward slope. Is that what you're seeing?
It should be picking up significantly now that I got more people. Because we're working a lot more extra enforcement, DMV grants, VASAP type stuff, so, and even parking enforcement is increasing over the past few weeks exponentially.
And do a lot of your folks still have to escort people to the hospital type thing, have to stay there with them?
Oh, yeah. And that could be somebody coming in from another jurisdiction, because we have the hospital here.
Right.
So that ties our people up on a lot more ECO, TDO, transports, and things like that.
Thank you.
Where are we?
$91?
91? $92? You good? 93? Bingo.
This may be next to nothing as far as things that go on, but one of the things that I noticed is postage. We're asking for a whole lot less than we have in the past, but it's my understanding postage is going up. Is that something we need to take another look at, or is that a pretty good figure?
Which department? could-
Well, just pick a department. I mean, it just, there were
I
several
mean,
of them
mine's
that.
proposed to go down, but I send email, I don't worry.
Most of that is because we created cost centers in the electric fund, and so now we're sharing the postage cost with the electric fund. I mean, I'll give you a primary example. In the treasurer's office, we've been sending out disconnects and bills out of the general fund's postage. And so now we'll start allocating it to the electric fund instead of paying for it out of the general fund.
Okay. Yeah, because one of the
Sorry.
ones was, it was for the treasurer, and it was half of what it was
Yeah.
last year. It's like, they're talking about going up to $8 or something like this, and we're coming down 50%.
Yeah, we're gonna start allocating our costs depending on function.
So will you bring that up, Vice Mayor Updike, do we need to talk about what we talked about earlier about possibly doing away with the postage parcel and doing it ourselves and stuff like that, saving money in the process and stuff? Or do we need to have the discussion now or later?
About having a postage,
Well, like Mr. Warner told us at the beginning of the meeting, doing away with the billing service, doing it ourselves, putting it out, mailing it that way, saving money and not having a mailing. Where's our mailing service? North Carolina?
It's in Roanoke, so they pick it up here and they take it to a mass distribution center in Roanoke. I'm fully in support of that because we've had a lot of issues associated with it. Also, we spend a lot of staff time folding and stuffing, like myself
I
and
don't
my
know
assistant
if we-
finance director did that yesterday.
Yeah, once we bought the equipment, it's really more of an operational issue for me.
I was gonna say.
I like
think
knowing that
that's-
when we send something out, everybody's gonna get it.
It
And
is
I don't have that
expensive.
confidence right now.
I would say that would be up to the staff, because it's really a staff issue and an
Biggest
operational
issue is the startup cost for the
Correct.
equipment.
Just the folder inserter is over $10,000, and then I'm guessing the postage machine is another $5,000 to $7,000. So you're probably talking about 17, 18
And our
thousand for the equipment.
Is it AMS? No, not AMS. What's the,
Automated mailing service is how
Thank
we
you.
use today.
and that contract is how much?
It's a per item contract, so we pay a slight premium over postage per piece of mail.
Anyway, I'm sorry, that's really more of an operational issue. but
Yeah, I agree.
It does have upfront cost.
But it does have in each department, like postage in this department, postage in that department and stuff like that. So that would, if we done it all together in one thing, would you have that in each?
Yes, we would
Would
still
have-
allocate the cost to each department.
Yeah.
But really, at the end of the day, it's not rocket science. So if you had a couple of reliable volunteers that would come in, then it becomes,
I can do it.
well, I mean, yeah.
To your
We
point.
definitely know it's not rocket science.
that's expensive
And if a former
postage.
Marine can do it, then
You volunteer?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you. Put his name down, boy.
I might as well volunteer for everything else. So.
We thank you for your service.
You continue,
We're
so.
talking about that.
You volunteered once, that's enough, huh? But no, I think that's up between staff to operate, figure out the benefits and costs and all that.
Okay.
How you would benefit from it.
The main thing is budget funding. We would need to have it approved for budget funding.
I was just, when I first read over it, it was like, are we gonna get into, August or, something? We need more money because we spent our allocation in postage already.
Especially increase the rates again.
Yeah.
That's another topic.
And I will say postage looks kind of high, but it does also include things other than just postage. It includes our mailing envelopes as well.
I would say that would be a discussion y'all have to figure it out and then let us know.
We'll let you know what it costs.
All right. 95,
Yeah.
96,
I'm at 99, I'm sorry.
132?
96 we're on?
Yes, sir.
Chief again, sorry. Jim, it's just, I'm concerned a little bit about the overtime rate. For one, I mean, it's projected to be at $204,000. I mean, I know that. Can you kind of tell me how that plays in, or is it going to be more of folks having to do the, like I said, TDOs, ECOs, and things like that, or is it?
That's part of it. We do get some of that money back. But there's also unfunded special events. There's also things like Halloween, when we have everybody out because it's such a dangerous situation, which is not a town function.
Right.
Also pays for holiday pay, things like that. So, yeah, things I was actually unaware of that Dan filled me in.
Right.
So, and as I'm finally gonna be hopefully fully staffed, that should be a little bit less extra overtime as well, because we can already plan to handle certain things. TDOs and ECOs is the big one on that.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to ask earlier, when we was talking about the ECOs and TDOs, that's a Richmond-generated thing. Is there any compensation that we get back from Richmond for doing
We
that?
get some of it back. And there's actually, through Horizon, there's a special transport company that from time to time will help us out. Best case scenario, sometimes we have to go serve papers and they'll sit up and transport them, but it doesn't happen very often. So it's a work in progress. I know the previous administration made some strides towards helping, and I'm hoping that the current administration is going to continue to help us out with that as well. It's not a magic bullet, but mental health, which is something that the police have been pulled into in nearly every state, which is really something, unless somebody's an immediate threat to someone else, it's really something we shouldn't be fooling with. But we're sad.
But you do.
That's the profession. It seems to get worse every year.
There were a couple of bills passed this year that should help, but I don't know if they were funded. Do you know?
I don't know.
And that, does the overtime include the officers you have on call?
Yes.
It does.
Yeah, our detectives are the only ones that get us on call, overtime pay.
And this next one's not, comment's not on you, but we talked about it before. The next slide item is compensation special events. That's about $12,000, but if we can start recouping some of that, then that goes toward helping out. Even though
As
it's
an example, we're over in that category this year. So we're having to pull from the regular overtime.
Thanks.
And one other change I want to just point out is we did used to have career enhancements separately, and we rolled that into their compensation in '25. So that was one change to the increased compensation.
$97? I mean, we can go through each page, but do you all have anything specific that you have on? I mean, we can just pull the pages y'all have notes on, talk about those, or,
I'll be on 98.
okay?
Up there, vehicle replacement under the PD thing, $272,000. I know we've been doing the lease program. The lease program's been working very well for us. So I'm just trying to see why that number fluctuated that high this year.
Because we're slowly phasing out the town-owned vehicles that are getting to the end of life. So that's gonna go up a little bit. We're gonna be adding additional vehicles over the next couple of years. And then we'll be a totally leased fleet.
Now, I've seen some of the new vehicles, they look very nice.
Yeah, I think it's important to keep the guys in a safe, gals in a safe vehicle that looks good, and reflects well on town. And we're not having to have vehicles in the shop constantly for breakdowns.
Them Challengers are building some real problems to them. I think you had replaced what, engines and a couple of them or something like that?
It's pretty expensive and time consuming.
Well, yeah, I was kind of along the same lines, and Ann explained some things to me, which I still don't understand, but my concern had been, if you had looked at the last 2 fiscal years and the projection for the next one, we've spent almost $1 million in 3 years on replacement vehicles. And I know that they're being leased, but that's a healthy sum of change. So, and you mentioned how the accounting stuff works and everything, that we're only actually paying like $15,000 a month, right?
Correct.
But
Yeah, GASB 87 is a new accounting standard that came out a couple of years ago that plays into that. It requires when you issue a new lease to take the present value of all your lease payments and record it as a revenue and expense all in 1 year, and then you start amortizing it with your normal payments. But what that does is it sure makes your financials look bad, because you're looking at how much you spent, you're seeing that full lease cost hit in 1 year. It's not really accurate. You have to net it with revenue line item as well.
And I think also on that lease program, once we sell the vehicle back to them, we make a little bit of money on it.
Yes, we do. So we do pay a premium to Enterprise for the lease program. There's an interest that we pay, and that's how they make money on the program. But when they sell it at the end, we do recoup what they sell over what we agree to. And we almost always end up on the positive side. We do a great job.
my last question about what you said is there, as you looked at it, would there be a potential cost savings to have Enterprise do the maintenance and upkeep versus the town? I don't know, I'm just asking.
That's a good question. Last time that I sat in, it's been 2 years, but I will say last time I sat in on a quote, it was around $50 or $60 per month for a vehicle to add into the fixed maintenance program. That means we didn't pay if it went into the shop, so you would have to add $50, $60 a month. It could be a little bit more now per vehicle. But you will see, to look at their budget, if you look at outside repair in their garage, you can see that it's steady, has gone down substantially. Because we started the program back in 23, I think. Yeah, auto repair outside garage, which I wish you had 22. If
Oh,
you could see
I see.
22 versus 23, you'd see a very large drop, but
Depends how many deer you did.
it's true.
Well, at least you're doing,
We had one deer strike cost $14 grand.
Oh, yeah.
at least you're doing your part to reduce the deer market.
That's right. Is that the deer eradication program?
A whole lot cheaper, shoot 'em in the deer.
That's pretty expensive.
One shot, one kill, right?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be something that would be interesting to see, I think, but yeah, it looks like it's gone down, it's just, I'm sure he's got a lot of, his hands full, working, fixing other things as well, too. All right.
99? We good? Or you want to pick a page?
99.
Okay.
Community development, on the same lines of the auto repairs outside garage. What does $50 cover in any type of outside garage repair?
It's a placeholder. We have the code enforcement vehicles, and we used to have a line item charge to if something goes wrong. You could zero it out. And in fact, there might even be a few line items like that that are like $50 interspersed. If you're agreeable, we could zero those out and put them in contingency, as long as y'all understood that we might actually hit the contingency at some point. That's what it is.
Well, I mean, at a $50 limit, I would expect we're gonna hit contingency need
Again,
anyway. so-
we just, when we zero things out, sometimes either the system or council then is tempted to do away with the line item. And sometimes things come up that we don't expect and we need to code them to something appropriate, like the settlement of the scale house issue at the county. We had to scramble to find a line item to get that expenditure from. So it's just an accounting and transparency item. But, yeah, we won't spend $50. If we spend anything, it's gonna be more than that, but we'll pull it out of contingency. Just want to make sure that the line item doesn't go away. We'll transfer it from contingency to this line item if something comes up.
Is that process simpler than just paying it out of the contingency?
Well, I mean, I just say, we will let you know that's what we're doing. Is it simpler? No. Is it more transparent? Yes.
All right, page 101.
101.
General administration, garage materials and supplies, 20 grand. Is that the same thing?
Yeah, this is where garage orders out of. I think I would like to create an account under the garage, but the reason, I mean, I understand why they don't have budget there is because they don't have an account there. So the garage is 100,443.50 on page 104, maintenance and motor vehicles. So that's our internal garage right there. But you'll see they don't have a line item for supplies, so it gets coded to general administration.
Okay.
103?
103.
Oh, wait a minute.
He said 101, I didn't know.
Oh, no.
On 102, I just had a quick, under the VDOT, the contract services, it's now showing a $60,000 contract services. Is that, what is that?
It's hurt and profit, right?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
We used to have a staff person dedicated to doing the annual reporting and tracking. We've outsourced that to Hurt and Profit.
Thank you.
And might save a little bit of money on benefits in the process.
There's also a line item up above in general engineering, 20,000 for non-VDOT items. that need to be done.
Where y'all at?
103?
103.
Top of the page, vehicle replacement, 75 grand. What vehicle is that?
Oh, VDOT.
What that's about is Public Works to a point, we're gonna get involved in the enterprise program as well for the pickups and anything that does not require air brakes, enterprise will handle. So that's the initial to get involved in that. And one thing I did want to bring up was, to your point, that's the beginning of 5 vehicles. I have more than that will, so next year will be, it'll increase to a point and then it'll level out. But that's the intent for that. And that is VDOT funds that I got verification that can be used to start that program.
On the same page, Tom, this is no ding on anybody or anything, I'm just curious. On the snow and ice removal, we've got the revised budget was, for this year was about 44,000. Next year, we're looking at maybe 43. And my question would be, is there any benefit to contracting that service out? I mean, would it be, you think it'd be cheaper? Or, I mean, I know it's...
To be honest, I don't know what they charge. The benefit would be I would stop getting complaint calls.
No, you wouldn't.
People's driveway.
Sure.
That would be a benefit.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I don't know what they charge. One thing I will add in, going back to the 75, the 5 new vehicles that I will be getting through Enterprise will all be outfitted with snowplows.
Okay.
They'll come with them.
Oh,
And as well, so we'll also have blades and different things in reserve that should be able to be universal. But to be honest with you, Boy, that's a hard one. I don't
Well, it's
know.
typical,
I don't know.
it's VDOT funded though, right?
Yeah. it's
So there's no,
VDOT.
there's no real financial benefit to us, but operationally, you might want to look
Yeah,
at it.
I mean, I really think it's an operational, yeah, we've got, I guess it's a reimbursement, or we can charge them for a lot of like the maintenance and the product. It would really be a, you know,
So that actual 43,000 is, we get some of that back.
So kind of how it works is VDOT gives us in the revenue side 2.3 million. Based on our streets, there's a formula, but we then get to allocate how we spend it. It just has to be an eligible expense.
All right.
And to be candid, we have no earthly idea how much we're gonna spend on snow and ice any given
Well,
year.
yeah, I mean,
Just to be honest.
yeah, I mean, it could be a light year and then it could be another slammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Mother Nature is very unpredictable. And I will say this, add to the contract thing, our employees know where the boundaries are. They know the streets, they know where to go, they know what needs to be scraped. Bring outside contractors in, they're gonna have to have guidance. You have to show them, you're gonna have to lead them, so some of our employees would still have to be out there with it anyway, so you have to weigh both options.
Oh, yeah.
But it's a good idea, I mean. All right, what's next, gentlemen? 104?
Cemetery maintenance from 2,500 to 10,000.
you want me to, we had agreed to do some, pay for some headstone refurbishment. This year, there's a gentleman, and I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, I don't know if you do. I think his first name is John, but he comes every year and does like a class at Longwood, and, or a demonstration, and he, you know, refurbishes it, he picks like 5 or 10 and refurbishes them. So last year, he made a presentation to us that he offered up a cost estimate to do 10 or to do 20 or to do whatever we wanted. And so we added to that, we're gonna do 10 this coming year, so that's what that increase is for. It covered his cost to repair and update, not update, but just to clean and repair some of the old headstones, is what that increased charge is about.
Good on 104?
One quick question. So on the maintenance of municipal, and I'm assuming that proposed budget, it dropped dramatically because we're looking at doing contract and everything, okay?
That's the hope, yes, sir.
There you go.
That's the hope.
Well, I mean, yeah, I know.
Well, you know what happens when you open the can.
Oh, I know, for sure, yeah.
We're also sharing some of the costs of the
Tom, that's
electric
like
funds,
Murphy.
since this house is all in collection,
Goes up.
utility bill.
Where are we, 105?
107.
107. Councilman Haley says.
Other non-department says contingency, $332,788.
That's the amount planned for the CIP debt issuance for this building and then the equipment.
And page 109.
109.
I'm not picking on you, Chief, I just had a question to make. It says Copart Camp expenditures $10,000 there, but if you go back to the police department, it says Cop Camp expenditures $5,000 there.
Is that rollover?
I think it's a donation account.
I just wanted,
That's the donation.
that's what I was asking, I just saw two different ones right there.
Yeah, Fund 10 is the amount that you think local funding is gonna need to supplant it to make it free for cop camp. This is how much donated and restricted funds you are in.
Okay. We almost at 110.
110.
We are 110.
Questions on 110?
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We are in solid waste.
Yes, we are.
Well,
No pun intended.
what does that mean? All right, we're at 112, page 112. Any questions? Pretty self-explanatory. 113.
Then I had the groundwater monitoring, old and ground monitoring new, about $120,000, went from 40 to 100. Are we paying somebody to do that now? or-
Yes, we have been, actually. We get an updated review by DEQ every so often. The old landfill is the one farther out on Orange Street. The new landfill is the one next to the transfer station.
Yeah, in the past, there was 85,000 split out into a different line.
But
On the next page, you'll see it's line item corrected measure old landfill 85,000.
WSP Associates are the ones that have the contract for monitoring. And we will be doing that in perpetuity.
Is everything looking okay so far?
Yes. I mean, we're,
If I can add to that, we did send that out to bid.
yes.
Okay.
We get bids on that. WSP, their rates increased, but they're still.
And we are in compliance. We get those notifications.
And
And
that
that's
is
one of the
something-
emails I forward to you every now and again from DEQ.
That's amazing how much it costs. It was very surprising to me. It's expensive.
And we had no choice on it. Have to do it. Well, we're at 114, questions? And 115.
On 114, tires and tubes from 6,000 to 27,000?
I think that was to dispose of what you have, right?
Yeah, well, that kind of goes back to some of the issues. We have a rubber tire loader that we use to separate the trash. The tires are completely bald. They're $27,000 a piece in this board. So that's an attempt to move towards that. So, unless we move forward with doing something else with it, I don't want to, ideas here, then that could possibly.
So that can go as part of,
We could sell that to whoever will be operating.
Correct, that tractor could be disposed of.
We just don't know that right now.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, that is a good point there in that what amount of equipment would we not need? That would be, I mean, you have to say it now, but
Quite a bit.
that would be a
It's
good,
been a consideration, yes.
Yeah.
It's been a consideration.
Yeah.
That's why I opened my statements with that. They're just
Yeah.
unknown. Obviously, we've had the offer to purchase all three of the garbage trucks, the roll-off trucks, all the tractors, all our semi-tractors and trailers down there. I mean, it was all kind of all-inclusive, but with the right to keep what I deemed I wanted to keep.
essential, yes, okay.
I mean, we had an
Yeah.
offer for that, so
Yeah.
that's what I mean. It's really kind of
Yeah. Well,
big,
so-
it's a big expense, like that rubber tire loader. It's a great, I did utilize that a lot in the last snow that we had when it all turned to ice.
Yes.
Our regular trucks wouldn't even touch the ice, couldn't push it, just bounced right off.
Right, right.
But we did utilize that tractor as best we could because the tires were not in the best shape. So it was spinning a bit, but it was the only thing that would even move any of that ice. So it's, it's a bit of a
Okay. Thank you.
pros and cons, yes.
Yeah. All right, 115, you good? Well, okay. Got out of solid waste pretty quick. All right, electric fund. questions do you have? There's always questions about this, so don't be shy.
You're on 117.
Right, John?
Hopefully this year's a little different.
This is just
I think you've answered a lot of them as we have gone along. I mean, not just today, but in the past.
So this just, for me, was just a curious question. The electricity sales on the open market, it's showing a reduction. I mean, I was just curious of, with such a high demand outside, why do we have a reduction?
Well, as we planned last year for this, we're planning for growth, so we're presuming that we'll consume more than we are right now. So we expect, that's what we expect. Plus, usage has gone up, so we're consuming more.
Gotcha.
That's,
Makes sense.
we are going to be a little more aggressive in our short-term purchases going forward, so that may result in a little bit more sales. But we want to avoid something that happened last year.
One 18? One 19? One 20?
So, a couple questions on one time.
Okay.
Bad debt. Expense, $50,000, went from $8,000 to $50,000. Is that, what is that?
At the bottom of the page.
I think
Yep,
you're
it's at the
basing
bottom
that on
page, yes, sir.
25 probably.
Yeah, we were, we got new rules from Richmond about what we can do in terms of termination. But yeah, we were looking back to 25 on that. I don't know that 25 was an unusual year. I don't know why it was so high. Do we have a specific write-off?
Yeah, I know why. It was because we had several years of write-offs that were approved by council that we finally processed in the system. And it was a lot of them all the way back to 2018.
Okay, so it will probably come in lower than that
Just certainly, yeah.
when we experience it, but I don't know if there's any new rules in the shut-off this year coming up. I think there was
I will
something.
tell you that they're significant because we can't cut off till 45 days. So we do have much larger balances at the point that we're cutting off.
Right.
Okay. And the other one was wire fees. Last time we had a wire fee was in 2023. Now we got a wire fee of $500,000.
This is where if you decide to absorb credit card fees, we put it in there for you. We didn't want to create an account until we knew for sure what direction council wanted to take.
I'm hoping that you see that and say, oh my goodness, we don't want to do that. That's my request.
The good news is the price came in at half of what we thought, but still, that's a lot. 250,000 would be the true cost.
That's a new truck for us.
So basically we'll be covering the cost of the credit card fees for our customers.
If you, so
If
if
we
you
approve
decided
that.
to do that, I estimate that if you have 75% of your customers take advantage at the rates I was given from the merchant processor, the town would have to pay around 250,000 a year. But on the inverse, what we charge our customers, if we have 30% utilization, they're paying out of their pockets around 332,000 a year.
If it matters to you to compare to another community, Salem's doing exactly the opposite. They had been carrying this cost. They're moving away from it. So different utilities manage it different ways.
It's really a philosophical issue. It's a convenience, right? So that all customers pay for that convenience or just the customers that take advantage of it. That's what it comes down to. in my mind. I would like to see us, and I know Bart and you talked about this, is have a drive-up window someplace around here where folks can just drive up, and that would be, I think, another convenience, but a whole lot less than this. Maybe taking a step like that would be in the right direction. Or, and you probably consider this, but having some of the banks take payments. You know, they already have the drive-up facility there. So I would like to see something like that before we go this route.
Hey, John, on this same page, building and ground maintenance, 60,000 more. Goes from 40 to 100,000.
Let's see.
Building grounds maintenance. I think the building that you're in, or?
No, what that is, right now, we're seeing underground maintenance. That's a lot of the new underground work that we're doing for these new developments. Everything is underground. It's going in that account. We do get reimbursed a good percentage of that.
I saw that. I thought it went for a Pacific building.
Well, we haven't given direction on that.
The payment is? I mean,
Not yet.
Yeah, so we need to get back to that and decide.
no, that is for replacement out by the hospital.
What we
We're
just
going to have to
mentioned.
replace the underground system there.
When do we need to give direction on that, or are we going to discuss that?
Oh, they're paying in Fund 59.
Time, or-
Okay, but,
Is the
yeah. okay.
ancillary discussions in
Our
the,
thought is.
I think we can have that
that,
discussion right now,
Work out there is what we put in the.
particularly if it's
capital when we put the
250 as
operating
opposed to
here.
500.
So maybe they should be.
So we
paying
can lower it
that
down to
account.
250 if we
Hey,
continue.
excuse me, folks, hey, Ann and John, we need you back here. They want to talk about the credit card.
Okay,
Oh.
sorry.
Okay, so our question is, do you need an answer on that, or
Well-
direction?
Yeah, we need to know which contract to sign, which way to go.
Okay. All right, now, all right, explain the options again, option A and B, or what do you prefer, if you have a preference?
It's definitely, there's pros and cons no matter which way you go.
Okay.
All right, 1 second, I have a sheet that I kind of.
I committed to pay cash flow and not to pay the fee.
That's right.
You pay the fee. don't you?
Yeah, I don't have that much cash on
I
me.
Sorry,
Maybe that's,
I will tell you that on my calculation, that if you choose to absorb fees, Visa, MasterCard, and Discover will offer you a low rate that they don't offer unless you choose to absorb it. And so that rate is normally around 95 cents a swipe. If you choose to pass fees on to a customer, it's normally around 1% of the transaction charge, or 1 to 2% of the swipe. So if you start having very large electric bills, like our largest customer, where their bill may be $90,000 a month, and you're now charging 3.95% to them, it's a very large fee. So it's pros and cons. So our rate today would be 3.95% that the customer would have to pay when they come in to swipe their card. We don't pay anything, they pay that fee, but for them, it could be thousands of dollars that they're paying of fees. Now, conversely, if we choose to absorb fees, then we would be paying 0.5% of the charge to our merchant processor, and we'd be paying a 95-cent swipe fee, and then we'd be paying an assessment fee of around 0.0017% per month. So I estimate in total, if you had 75% of your customers take advantage of us paying the credit card fees, it would be around $250,000 a year that the town would pay out of our pockets. Now, if you say, no, we don't want to do that, we want to pass the fees on to customers, I did a quick estimate where if you had around 30% of your customers pay by credit card and they pay the 3.95% fee, they're paying around $332,000 out of their pockets.
If they do it each month.
Correct.
Because I know a lot of places now charge like 3% for
That's
using
right.
a credit card.
That's
I
right.
mean, a lot of restaurants. But still, that's not, when you only have like $11, $12 bill, it's not a lot, but we're talking electric bills.
Right.
So it kind of goes back to my original question. Okay, but if I'm out of state, another state, and I realize my electric bill is due, I can call you all and say, I want to pay my electric bill by credit card, but I'll pay 3.9%.
Correct.
Which at that point in time, as I said earlier, that's a lot cheaper than a disconnect or reconnect. Yeah. So I would do that. So can I do that now?
Right now, we have a $4.95 charge. So it doesn't matter how much your bill is, it's capped at $4.95. However, you can only do a $1,000 payment transaction. So if you have a $90,000 bill, you're making 90 payments on our system.
Kind of like Bedford Weaving.
And you're paying $4.95. You cannot confirm more than that.
Yes. Okay, well, okay, what do y'all think?
Can I just add a little bit about the large customer? The reason why they're doing that, because they get 2% back on their.
No,
So it's an economic question for them. Do they want to get the 2% back or do they want to pay the fee?
Yes.
So for us to pick that up, I don't think that's legitimate myself. You know, they can still make that decision.
I mean, I'm just voicing my thoughts. I would pay that, but I'm not going to do it every month. So in a situation where, as I just described, I would do that for 1 month, but normally I'm kind of like Todd, I'm going to pay mine each month by check, or he's got the cash, but
I just go get it out of the bank.
There are pros and cons.
I
I
know.
think if you absorb fees, more people are willing to pay it by credit card, and you probably get our collections faster. There's probably reduces the amount of disconnects because you have more people willing to put it on credit. There are some pros to collections on credit cards, but like John said, that's a significant amount of money that you're paying in fees. So
Yeah.
you have to weigh the two and which way you want to go.
So the current system's going away.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to keep the $4.95. Yeah.
It's been great for a while.
I know.
Okay, so.
I've been in the credit card market and just looking at the different benefits and stuff that, you know, certain companies have. And there's a lot of them out there that will give you rewards or cash back kind of thing, you know, and utilities is a recognized, you know, payment kind of thing. You know. So yeah, it's, you know, our large customer, he's going to be getting
he's
paid from us and then paid from somebody else.
there's reasons for that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this would be more work for you guys, I know, but I mean, would there be a way that the town absorbs it, but then we pass 2% or whatever on to?
They won't allow us to do that. So if the credit card company's rule on it is you only get this discounted swipe rate if you decide to absorb it. If you pass anything on to your customer, then you get the full rate.
Well, we would indirectly pass it along because this is socializing the cost. So everybody would pay it through rates. So
Yeah.
somehow we do a rate study, this will be figured into the rate study, and then everybody, even though you don't use it, you're going to be paying for it.
Yeah, I'll pay it, but you guys get the benefit.
It's true. But you can't get that rate unless you choose to absorb
Yeah.
it. So it's one of those all or nothing decisions.
Yeah.
I just think it's a lot of money.
I'm thinking the same thing. Plus, we don't really know how many would do that. Do we? I mean,
Yeah, this is based on assuming 75% usage. So if you only had 50% and that drops significantly, the cost will
Yeah.
only be like 150.
You're still paying money, the town is.
Yep.
yes.
So I'd go with the swipe fee.
And the other thing, as Bart pointed out, Salem, who we often compare ourselves to, is currently absorbing the fees, but in their next budget, they won't be because it just got to be too big of a number.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm advocating that we don't go down that road.
I'm thinking.
I'm okay either way. I will say it would make collections a lot easier. It's going to be very difficult to convince people to pay with a 3.95% fee, and we will get a lot of complaints from our customers on paying the fee, but we're happy to do whatever we need to do.
Dave?
Well, I mean, it's up to I think it ends up being up to the individual if they want to pay by credit card or not, so.
What's the fee for the ACH thing?
If you do it through our online platform, it'll it'll be $1.50 per e-check, and if you do it through us, there's no charge.
So there's some
So
other
they could do a check right through, with no charge right through.
That's right. Now, is there fees associated with that we pay? Yes, absolutely. But right now, we're eating those fees.
in addition to what we'd be doing if we opt for the 500.
Correct. But we are eating those today. It's just included in our banking fees that we have it's very complicated, but essentially we have a compensated balance that we maintain with our bank, and we earn interest on that balance, and then we get charges for each check that we write, everything with the ACH that we process, and if we have enough money in our checking account, we don't get a fee for those things. So we have to balance that every month to make sure we have enough money in the bank to not get charged a fee for services. So yes, we do get charged for the ACH program that we do from our bank, but we keep enough cash on hand to not pay it.
Yeah. But the customer doesn't have to pay anything for what.
Correct. But as a town, we do.
Right.
We have a cost.
I'd kind of like to go with the 250 and just use that as maybe something that the town can promote. Yeah, we have these fees associated. However, you can avoid those if you use the town of Bedford's platform for payment. And that would keep your balances up. And
But on the flip side of that, you're saying pass the 3.9% to the customer, and then what do we pay then? Anything?
We don't pay anything, but I'm estimating that our customers are paying out of their pocket around $344,000, or that's what they will pay if we have 30% usage.
That's all.
Total customers.
That's 75% if they do that.
That's only 30. I'm only assuming if we pass the fee on, only 30% of our customers will likely use the service. So they will pay collectively $344,000 in fees.
If they do it each month. Yeah.
But that's,
So we're
that's my
subsidizing,
decision
yeah.
if I wanted to do
Yeah.
it.
That's right.
So the other way, we're subsidizing them using the credit card.
Yeah.
Right,
We're paying for them.
yeah.
Yes. You would be paying around $224,000 for 75% of your customers to use their card versus assigning the fees out, it would be 30% usage and they would pay around $344,000 out of their pocket.
And then the question is it worth $250,000 for that convenience of us collecting more?
for 30%.
Collecting, well, 35, 40%, I would say. You said 30% paid with the credit card if we don't do it. If we do it, you're estimating it could be up to 75%. So we're paying $250,000 for 40% of the customers to use the system.
Yeah.
No, keep
So
it, keep
so
it.
60% of the customers are paying for that 40% to
Yeah,
use it.
that's it. Yeah.
Right, right.
So I'm like what we talked about, just
Well, the assumption on the 75% is 75% of your customers would be using the credit card, and that's where the 224 comes from.
Yeah, and that's what, but if they don't, then it'd be 30% using a credit card. That's where I'm coming up with that percentage of about 40%. So we're paying, 60% of the customers are paying for 40% to use it.
Well, I will say 40, so if usage goes down, the fee goes down.
Yeah,
If you only have, if I estimate 75, that's kind of a very high usage percentage. It's probably going to be less. So your fees drop because it's a per swipe fee. So it's likely, if you had if I changed the number to 50%, you would see that go down significantly.
so. Ann, which system is advantageous to the town?
Depends on your end goal.
Depends on
depends on if you want to collect more or if you want to not have the funds in the bank.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind that we're collecting 99% of our revenue anyway. We have very low uncollectibles, so it's not going
Very,
to
very
benefit
few.
us there.
Yes.
It's strictly a convenience. So I would suggest the first thing we do is give them a drive-up window where they can pay. That's more convenient. Drive up, bang, you're gone. And then,
But there is cost associated with that, like you
Okay.
need to remodel, or you'd have to pay the banks a collection fee.
okay, well, let's look at that and see what it is. But I think a drive-up window someplace, some arrangement for convenience makes sense. I mean, you can pay your APCO bill where, at CVS or I know the South Side you can pay at CVS, so I don't know what APCO does.
No, it's just, okay, so to me, it's economics. I mean, you end up, I mean, throughout this whole meeting, we've been talking about hemorrhaging money, and now we're going to make a decision to hemorrhage more money.
That's right, that's right, that's right. That said, the best option is cut in half.
Yeah.
Cut in half.
Right?
Yeah.
You just know you're going to get the complaints.
But yes, we're not gonna, our largest customer is gonna be very, very unhappy. Other than that, that's,
And how many of those do we have? Mainly one, so, and we don't need to go there. But is that, I mean, with that, if I want to use my credit card, I'm paying it. That's my decision.
yeah, and like,
Yeah.
let's say a bill, like an average bill, or it could be in the winter, let's say you have a $330 bill, and you have to pay a convenience fee of 3.95%, you'd be paying $13 convenience fee.
I think, I know Appalachian, the Appalachian's been doing it for years. Because I know in my son's early days of marriage, I paid his bill a couple of times online. And I think they charge like 5 or 7%. It was a lot more. So, yeah. But they're there, we're here. But yeah, I think something like that is more up to the individual. If you want to use a credit card for that, then so be it. But we should not have to encumber any of the expenses or, I mean, y'all speak up here. What do you say? You're over there, you're, I can see the way it's hurting.
If you want to pay by credit card, that's your decision.
That's what I'm
I mean, I
saying.
pay cash a lot of times when I go on vacation. I will pay cash.
Well,
Because I don't want to pay that fee.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
you're a man of that means. I have to use
I
my
mean,
card. And pay later.
And if it matters the drive-through box idea, we're gonna do it, just takes changing the one-way traffic, going that way to that way, so it's on the driver's side.
So I think,
We'll do that eventually, whether it's in conjunction with the renovations or we go ahead and do it, just switch some parking and switch the one-way signs.
yeah, so
That's what it
that
takes.
means,
Talking about a
that's in the
window.
work.
Well, not necessarily. It could just be like a mailbox. You just drop it in the box.
Mainly people just don't wanna get out of their car.
That's right,
Yeah.
yeah.
You don't have a.
It's easily done, but it's a little complicated, that's all
Okay,
it does.
does that give you direction?
Yes,
Are we okay with that?
250.
so they will have a 3.95% fee and a $2.50 minimum.
And there won't be any cost to the
No
town.
cost to the town.
Good,
So it's cut completely then.
good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, where are we? 130, no, 121? One 122? Stop me if I'm going too fast. 123, 24?
One clarification, the $500,000 that was budgeted, where would council like to move that?
You could use that to offset some of the under collection for the PCA.
I like that idea.
Say that again,
Benefits to
John?
the customers?
You could use that to offset some of the under collection from the PCA.
Oh,
So, wait, so you're wanting us to subsidize the cost of the PCA again?
I'm wanting you to generously offset some of the cost for your customers.
Yes to both.
Yeah.
Is the
So we're back to the same, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the five, like you mentioned there earlier that, and something that we were maybe saving 250, you said that was a truck. Well, 500,000 is 2 trucks, so.
True.
That's what I'd rather it go to than,
True, yeah.
Good call.
So do we want to
that's
do?
me. I mean, that's just one voice.
How much will we need for that?
The PCA under recovery, the way it's calculated, was $1.9 million.
But that could offset or bring it down
Correct,
considerably.
correct. And recall, I think under the last 5 or 6 PCAs, the council decided to share the cost with customers, and to the tune of about 50%.
But that's why we kept dropping in our, that's why we're where we are at 91 days.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I agree.
Yeah, no, you're right, yeah. Are y'all comfortable with that?
We're just remaking
Yeah,
decisions that has come back to bite us.
exactly.
Well,
And that's why, we'll go back to the thing again, is it worth keeping the electric department if we're having to fund $500,000, $100 million every 6 months to cover it?
Well, again, we're anticipating in the future that we can get that under control better. Remember, it was one event. It was the polar vortex that happened. Otherwise, we would be in much better shape. So in the future, we'll be more aggressive with hedging so that we don't have that issue as much. We're not going to be 100%. We don't have a crystal ball. So I don't have any issue with trying to amortize that cost over a longer period of time, or offsetting some of it with capital reserve, or reserves, I should say.
I'm okay with that. Jay, you okay with that?
I'm thinking.
I just see it, I still see it as I still see it as paying.
Kicking the can down the road?
Yeah,
Well,
kicking it down the road again.
We're reverting instead of,
Oh, I know, but I see us kicking this
I know.
fee down the road
yeah,
again.
yeah.
And going back to what we've been doing over the past years, got us into the position we're in.
Well, if the rates would ever stabilize to any degree, which we don't, it's kind of like the
And that,
weather. It's unpredictable.
and it doesn't look like it's gonna stabilize, it looks like its cost is gonna keep going up right now with some of the things that I've seen done by the state and the governor.
Yep. We're going to have more discussion on this in the next council meeting. So, we'll take all this into consideration and we'll revisit it and see where you guys want to go. You don't have to make that decision. right
Yeah,
now.
I was going to say, we don't have to decide.
Well, we have to for the budget though.
I need to know where to put the 5%.
She needs to know where to put the money.
Well, if you don't do anything, it would just lapse into
Contingency.
what do you call
We'll
it?
decide where it goes later.
Electric fund.
Would, but it goes into supervision and engineering, and so they may want to move it into contingency.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's
yeah,
not-
yeah.
Yeah,
no,
yeah, we
I
could put
agree.
it somewhere that we could
Or
pull it
capital.
out.
Yeah, no. Well, I think Ann was saying if you need to decide if you want to leave it here or put it into contingency. It doesn't change the amount of the budget, but it's just her classification of where it
Yeah,
would go.
we would want it somewhere where we can pull it out and do that if necessary.
So contingency, I think, is what I'm hearing.
Like, you can put it on the council. We'll decide, right?
We'll go to Beals and decide.
Yeah. Okay, what's next? We're at 124, where you at, Tracy? 124?
124, couple questions.
All right.
Contract cleaning, $25,000. Small equipment tools, $17,000. Won't none in 26 by 2027. Is that just standard stuff that you need to continue what you're doing on the right-of-way crew?
Yeah, the contract clearing, a few years ago, we had a large amount in there. This is for like spraying and the supplemental work that we do, that we're specialized clearing along some of the transmission lines. We don't have the equipment to reach high enough to do some of the clearing. So this is supplemental to what we do. And it's just an effort to keep some of the lines more clear than what they are. Yeah. And then small equipment and tools, Yeah, we go through a lot of chainsaws, all that kind of stuff, so that's what that's for. This is the, excuse me, the right-of-way crew. And if you notice, last year, we had nothing in there, so they really wore down what they had last year because we had to stretch.
And the last one is, payment in lieu of tax, $559,181. What is that?
It's going to the general fund, and so if this was a private entity, that's the amount of taxes we calculated they would pay.
That's if they were,
Right, so if this was a entity that wasn't a government and tax exempt, they would.
Yeah, like
pay
if it was one of the other power companies, that's what they would pay us.
They have personal property,
Oh.
real estate.
Goes back to what you,
Yeah, at the beginning of the meeting, we talked about it.
yeah.
It makes it cleaner than just, you see a transfer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then to,
Explains it better.
and it limits it to a certain amount
Right, yeah,
instead of.
absolutely.
In its principle, this was something that Darren Show and rode his horse on and yelled about every single year during the time he was on council was, what is the transfer? Well, we sat down and figured out, well, this is really what we need to be.
before we get out of electric, the question that I had for you two at the end of one of the breaks, as far as the interest off of the AEP lease, is that going to have an impact on this budget or the next budget cycle?
I think it's this budget cycle.
Okay. Okay.
I think it needs to be removed from this budget cycle. We could net it against the 500,000 in contingency.
Okay, because I was wondering, how's that going to impact John's budget then, if that,
It's decrease of 232,000. What Councilmember Updike is referring to is we were receiving interest from a lease that we had of AEP. It was a lease to purchase on a substation that we financed through debt, and that ends this year. So they will not own that substation, no longer lease from us. So we will not get interest earnings off of that anymore.
is AEP still supplying that customer?
It's the paper.
Paper mill. Yeah. But wouldn't our debt expense, well, it's gone away.
It is, yeah, it has. So you'll
Right.
see there's no debt in this
Right.
budget. It's zero. Which is a weird thing to say.
I've been working for 11 years to get us to this point. Even if it's only for 1 year, I'm going to consider it a success.
I don't think I've ever had a budget fund with no debt, and it's rather nice.
All right. Pay plan. Where are we? 126, okay. Budget on 126? I had my question answered earlier. One 127, component units? All right, 128, Economic Development Authority, EDA. Do you know how that works? Any
Just-
questions?
Just a note on the EDA and the Housing Authority, those boards do adopt their budget separately. So we display it in here just as a FYI, but we do have to take it to those boards for adoption.
129. Anybody good? 130. The Development and Housing Authority.
Everybody at that authority should get paid.
Do you want to make a
Are
motion?
you recommending a tax increase? Is that what you're saying, Councilman Foster?
Wait, we got 500,000.
Exactly. Perfect. And I'm kidding, whoever's listening.
All right. No, 131. Okay. No questions?
We finally at 132.
132.
3 hours ago.
Taxes and fees. I mean, we were ready to fast track it earlier, but it needs delays. Taxes and fees. 133. What do y'all have to say about this? Everybody okay with that?
Yeah, I'd had a note here about the same thing that Councilman Foreman brought up at the beginning, about town's real estate tax and how it relates to the others. But yeah, I think if you look at all the taxes, the totality of all the taxes, I don't know that we're cheaper than everybody else around, but we're ballpark, I think, so. I'm good.
I would say we're comparable. I think we're pretty close.
I do have one question. I mentioned something to the town manager a while back about the machinery and tool tax, and I don't know if we have ever talked about, maybe looking at going up on that any or anything like that. We just brought that into the equation 2 years ago.
No, that's always been a tax.
I'm
When we
sorry.
reverted, we set it at a rate that's practically nothing
Uh,
because we get beaten up a lot for people getting double taxed. You pay town taxes for town services, county taxes for county services. Unfortunately, in many cases, we're limited to the same sources of revenue. So we set the machinery and tools tax at effectively zero, but we didn't get rid of it. Mainly because we didn't want to completely give it up if we ever found ourselves in need of a revenue source.
Okay.
And my colleagues ask me about that all the time. Why is it 1/1,000,000th of a cent? That's why.
Well, we were looking to make up $250,000. This may be the time to.
To Councilman Haley's point, it's there if you want to talk about it.
I just think we need to just talk about it. I don't mean we got to.
Well, I mean, I think it's an important, I've been, y'all know, I've been kind of beating this drum for a little bit in that, where's the money coming from? I mean, to make up for the shortfalls we're going to start having. I mean, the staff has done, I think, a great job trying to, be more efficient, more lean. But at some point, you've got to start looking at about revenue. If we stay static, then, just be honest, Dan, we're going to be we'll continue to lose money. And so, is that
Do we
different?
have what 1 cent gets us?
I just pulled it up. Yeah,
Thank you.
1 penny is $4,116. That's how much a penny of machinery and tools would be. Business furniture and fixture, I would say it would be about 2,000 for that.
There's, as I was looking there, there's one that there's a licensing fee, if you go all the way back, that everybody else charges on vehicles.
Vehicle license.
Decal. Yeah.
Decal fee. I mean, that's one that everybody else charges that we don't.
That's right.
And that would be a way to have some income if you're looking at that. And that would be, I think, a fair way to do it where it would cover everybody in the town that owns a vehicle, but it would also cover the cost without charging extra fees on the personal property tax, because the state already covers that. Then again, that's a double tax where you're paying personal property tax in the county. In the town, this fee would be an individual tax for those living in the town, and it's not a double tax. I mean, the machinery tools, again, is a double tax because they're paying it to the county already. But we've got many others that are double taxing. People is an individual tax because we don't pay, the county doesn't charge that because they can't, right?
Right.
No, the county could.
They could, but they don't do that. Okay. So that's an individual tax we do, but machinery and tools, they already charge that. And we would be charging the same one, but I was looking for things that maybe we weren't double giving the same person paying twice on there.
Does the county charge a decal fee?
No, either one of those two.
Because If the county does and then the town started, then it would just flip it from the county to the town, so it'd be neutral for everybody, but because the county doesn't.
Then it'd be a new one just for the town residents.
Yeah, as of our last assessment, we had 9,364 vehicles. So if I say that 90% of those are BLF eligible, that's 168,000 at a $20 vehicle license fee.
I mean, if you wanted to bring extra tax in, that's the way to do it. I mean, but there are other things like, Jay was just mentioning, that we don't have anybody issuing parking tickets right now. So we raised the fines, but there's parkings everywhere and there's no one doing it. There's ways to do it without hiring somebody to do it all the time, like they do in other cities where they put QR codes where you pay your fee to park. You scan it and pay your fee to park in that spot, and then you park there. So there's ways to do that also. It would go away from free parking and to a paid parking system, but there's all kinds of ways that we could generate funds for the town. Whether people would like it or not is gonna be the question, and that's what we talked about change earlier. You know, because I say in the police department, police officers don't like change, but they don't like the way things are. People downtown don't like the way things are with parking, but they're not gonna like change either. So it's all about how we handle it and how we get it out there to the people and get their opinions on it. Some people want parking to be paid because they want the spots open in front of their business so that they can have the customers there, and then others don't because they don't, you know, they want to be able to park free and they think it'll work better for their customers.
I would say the paid parking is something of the future to look at.
Yes.
And I think we definitely need to look at whatever way we can do for that. Downtown, behind the county administrator building, anywhere that people are parking and so forth, that's probably some way to go. Like,
And then have some free parking like down in different areas in town where people would have to walk.
Oh, heavens, yes.
Yeah.
Well, in the process of doing that too, we're gonna have to correct some of the signage downtown, because a lot of the signage is.
Well, if it was paid, it would be all
Yeah, but you
fixed.
know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
but right now, there's 6 signs in town. There's 6 parking spaces, and that has a sign that says 2 hours and 30 minutes in the same parking space on the same pole. So is it 2 hours or is it 30 minutes?
And then you have a loading zone, and then you have one that says 2 hour parking, the same pole too, whatever, so.
Yeah.
But it's like you said, when you put, if you are.
If you have paid parking, then it will take care of it. You know,
But you know, it's like when the cop came around on Monday issuing parking tickets, and well, when it hit the office, I can't think of his name now. When you come around, anyway, officer came around, passed out papers in the town, and warning everybody that it was gonna start, and then the following week, another officer come and started passing out tickets. He wrote a lot of tickets that day, because I know he got he wrote 6 tickets just on our one block in his first venture through our street. And then on Tuesday, it was really nice, because everybody's like, what happened? Where's everything? It's so nice that we can pull up here and park, because there was only 2 cars on the street, but that was because everybody had got warned and everybody had got tickets, so they knew not to park a car on the street. So it made a huge difference. But then, you know, as it slowed down and the cops got busy and they didn't have time to set them off the streets, then they slowly came back again. And I mean, I've got pictures on the phone where there's a car parked with her rear tire is actually on the corner of Depot Street with her whole rear end sticking out. I've taken pictures of cars that has been sitting there from 10 o'clock in the morning to 3 o'clock in the evening when I leave. They don't have a ticket. And
So I guess I'm thinking it's probably twofold. If we did go with paid parking, you're still gonna need someone to monitor it and give tickets. So we're gonna need, Bart, I would say, you know, I know we've talked about this, the paid parking and a way to do it, but we still would need a traffic person to
Somebody
give
to
tickets.
oversee it.
Yeah.
It's still a challenge for the police officers right now without paid parking. because there's rules that have come out about the way you mark cars and do that, to where it makes it more difficult for a police officer. You used to be able to, when Daryl and I did it, you could mark the tire with a piece of chalk, you could mark the
Yeah.
tread. You can't do that anymore, it's not allowed.
So I guess,
So that's where there's a challenge, and that's why the paid parking will be an option of, where it would be easier to track.
But on that standpoint too, most people has a smartphone, but you still have some older people that don't have smartphones. How would they pay?
There's normally a phone number you can call.
Okay.
In most of the cities that I've been to, it has a QR code or a phone number you can call.
so would we want staff to get us some numbers on what it would cost to go back to paid parking, the type of metering and additional body to do that? Would y'all want some figures on that?
Well, I thought we had quote me if I'm wrong, I thought we had a parking guy position that we actually froze. Did we freeze that
You
position?
eliminated it. You
Oh,
never
we
made it.
eliminated, I couldn't remember, I was just trying to.
I'm sorry, not you personally, council, or previous council.
I couldn't remember, I couldn't remember, we eliminated
We
or
could at
froze.
least bring that position back, and he would make us enough money to probably pay for
Well,
doing everything else, because he wrote a lot of, do you know how many tickets he wrote that day, Jim?
2004.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot.
yeah, keep in mind, that's gonna cost money. So everything that we do or decide here, and go back to Ann, show me the money. But I'm interested too in what would it cost, metering wise, or what's out there to get paid parking? You know, the old meters where you put a 5 or 10 cent or quarter in, they're gone. That's my type of
No, they're
paid
gone.
parking, they're long gone. But what's out there now is, I guess, what I'd like to see, and what
We
would be
can
the
look into it.
cost.
I guess, not to complicate things, and you can tell me to shut up, but part of the parking issue is, well, the business owners are parking in front of their building.
Yeah,
Where are they supposed to park? Do we
Well,
also need to
that-
create a special place and category for business, not putting you on the spot, all Joe,
I pay $65 a month for it, so.
but, okay. Well, that's, might be, okay.
well, would we then, okay, that raises another question.
Glad
In
I
the
brought it
the parking
I'm
areas,
glad I mentioned it.
the parking lots we own, then could we then lease out a space per week, per month?
Probably. I'm looking at Mike to tell me if
Oh, yeah, I mean,
So we
set a
could then-
policy and have Ann's folks collect it.
Yeah, have reserved parking for individuals, and of course,
Or you can just do it by having the same company that's managing your paid parking.
Yeah,
the whole
that's
thing.
Yeah, that's
Talk
true.
about my fellow code people in town, but a lot of them have parking spaces, but they don't have back doors. And they don't wanna have to walk all the way around the block to get there, you know,
yeah,
which we rent spots from, what's his face? Brian.
Brian Reynolds.
But like across the street, the Holiday Shop, we have 2 parking spaces. Them 2 buildings beside of us has 2 parking spaces. Garrett has 2 parking spaces. Clam Diggers, they have parking spaces. All the way down through there, that street they all, if you go back in that parking lot, everybody has assigned parking spaces. Ken, he has parking spaces behind his building, but you gotta walk around the block. The, Fredericks, all of them, they all have parking spaces back there that goes to those buildings. They just choose not to park back there because you've got to walk around the block.
And that's the thing, and that, but we could lease parking spots to individuals. I mean,
we could,
Or you just pull up and see.
we could probably go ahead and do that anyway with our parking lots and generate some revenue, I'm just saying.
yeah, that's right. I
Where
mean,
Green's Drugstore used to be the parking spot, where you could do that for a business owner. Lease spots down there.
I've seen, not exactly this, but what we've done before is like the hangers, you basically sell those each year and then they like can turn back in or vice versa.
And I'm sorry, again, we've also talked about people living above the shops
Yeah.
and developing, I've got a code ready, teed up, ready to go for a separate permit for those folks outside of business hours. So, yeah, I mean, we can absolutely get you a report.
Okay, that'd be good. Because I know years back in the 90s, when I had to work, when I was brought downtown, I had to rent a spot several blocks up, and I paid $25 a month then in a parking garage. So, and that was, what, 30 more years back. So yeah, it's another way to make money. Yeah, give us some numbers. Are y'all okay with that?
And not everybody pays for it, just those people that are using the service.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
And in the long run, after about a year or two, we'll probably get our investment back at it once we start doing that, so.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. All right, where are we? 134.
One comment, the public works fees are new with this budget cycle.
Yeah, we created a right-of-way permit, but we didn't create a fee with it. And as Tom's been administering it, people have been asking, okay, well, what do I owe you? And didn't have anything to point to, so there's a start.
And what does the right-of-way fee cover?
Pretty much, it's things like driveway cuts, work in the right-of-way by utility companies. So they perform several issues, one of which is accountability for safety, so we can account for the people who are in our right-of-way, manage that liability. It's not just, we're not just doing it because we can, it's got a practical function to it.
Yeah, the town, if you recall, had some problems particularly with utilities that were busting up the right of way and then either not fixing it at all or doing a lousy job. And Bart and then Mayor Black asked, is there something to do about this? And I read through the code very carefully, and I said, there are these two sections of code that says that we can require permits for this. And Bart said, well, I don't remember anybody ever having done that, so why don't we come up with a policy? And so after that bounced around for a little while, Tom and Bart and I put together a policy loosely based upon Lynchburg's and Roanoke's policy, but sort of looser and more user-friendly for a place that's, you know, a tenth of the size of Roanoke and Lynchburg. In order to cover that, as well as curb cuts and kind of related stuff where people are messing up the right of way, you're gonna have to go out and do an inspection, and you might have to yell at them to get them to fix things the right way. So, and we hadn't put a fee in place.
Okay. Good deal. All right, what questions do you all have? Well, 135, 136? Through 138?
I'm happy with those, I just gotta check them when I figure this out.
Go ahead.
So,
What were we-
well, I guess since, I mean, and don't take this wrong, I guess since we're in the studies, can we, Anna, would you be able to look at a long-range forecast, 5 years or whatever, between revenue staying static and, like you said, expenses, you've kind of, I think, been at 2% inflationary rate, and see what it looks like for us in those years as far as the deficit we're running?
Absolutely, yes. We will, I'll definitely have that ready for the adopted budget. But I can tell you that the one that we did last year showed that we were okay until we lost the 750,000. And at that point, that's when everything flipped.
But you'd be able to tell us kind of what that deficit might look like, so we could say, if we made up $130,000 in revenue, we could do this or whatever, but.
Absolutely.
I would speculate that next year will be, that 750, you'll get a better idea next year of what the budget's gonna look like, because that's gonna go away. So that will determine what changes, if any, you'll have to make as far as taxes, increases.
You just want to get off the house before that happens.
I'm going to be sitting right back here listening to you guys.
Well, that's,
Hey, I might say, Dave, don't do that. Don't do that.
that's, I mean, again, I think it's, to me, it's kind of like the social security thing, that, you know, Congress would have been able to fix it 30 years ago, it would have been small, incremental. And when they finally fix it, it's going to be a huge thing.
But let me say this to all of you all. I do compliment you all. I think you're on the right track. You're thinking ahead. And what I call the vision is what you just said, Dave. You're looking 3, 4, 5 years down the road as to how good or how bad things could be. But you don't wait till then. You get proactive and do something about it now to address it. And that's what we've got to do. You can't wait till it happens and then say, oh, the bridge is falling down. You've got to fix the bridge and get it ready to go through that area. So no, you're exactly right. If we had any idea of 5 years from now, what it would definitely look like, we know what to do. But yes, if Ann or staff can get us a rough crystal ball idea, then it'll give us more direction as to what we need to do moving forward. And I'd encourage you guys to think that way. Continue to look ahead and ask those type questions. Because, I mean, there's so much volatility here, electric, all that stuff. You don't know. And you can't say, well, we don't need this or don't need that, because like electric, public works, police, they're out there in all types of weather. So you got to understand some things they've got to have. And what type of service do we want to give the customer? And that's what it's about, customer service. So.
And I'll shut up. Well, I won't shut up after this. One thing
I don't want you to.
I know, it's just that also, like you say, being proactive and not having to, knee-jerk it gives, now that Woody's going to be coming online, it gives him a chance to communicate the reasoning behind what we're doing.
Yes.
And, and so people can't say we didn't,
Right.
inform them or those kind of things, so.
Yeah, good deal. All right. Dave, any more questions?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor. I am
Dwight,
done.
any more questions? Mr. Vice Mayor Updike.
Well, no.
Councilman Haley, you good? You sure?
I'm sure.
All right.
Unless you want to go back to page 7.
Start all over again. He's got his clues, don't worry.
I've been stuck on page 132, 2 hours. Councilman Fulton, what do you have? I don't know. Councilman Ippolito, you were good. You packed up ready to go.
I gotta be at Avondale in 20 minutes.
All right.
I do have one request. When the budget process is complete, if everyone could turn the binder back in, I would like to reuse it next year and save on costs. Thank you.
Pass it on down.
Hey, I figure we'll get one like this.
You got yours.
I've got a whole box of container of the old ones. You want those?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll bring them in. I'll give them to Deborah.
You want the envelope?
Hey, Bart,
Are we good?
is Bill's open yet?
Yeah, Bill's,